K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
all live together. But if you don't agree with everything I say, then I hate you, man. You kiss my butt. And yeah, exactly. That's the coexist kind of person. And they usually have stickers that tell you how incredibly embracing and diverse they are, unless you have a diversity of thought that they do, and then you're not somebody they want to coexist with. But those folks are taking on Al Gore as the number 2 seed in the Massengill region. Now, we move on to the Summer's Eve division.
You have been selected to take part in our anonymous survey. Please take our 30-second questionnaire. And to say thank you, we'll provide you with some special offers.
Massengill region final. I mean, that is going to be possible tremendous matchup, and you can decide who's the bigger douche. Then you move on to the Summer's Eve division. Summer's Eve region, I should say. Number 1, Hillary Clinton. Shouldn't surprise any of you. The number 1 seed. You could see a Hillary Clinton-Barack Obama final. You never know. Who's the bigger douche? And that's a tough one, honestly. Going up against Nickelback. Number 16 seed. Now, many people feel that Nickelback is a little bit lower of a seed. They should be higher than that. But you know what's weird about Nickelback, and if you haven't heard my theory on Nickelback, I'll share it with you. It goes a little bit like this. Nickelback sucks, I agree. But everyone says Nickelback sucks. But then Nickelback has a new album, and millions of people buy it within a matter of 2 weeks. But then everybody you know says Nickelback sucks. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say Nickelback sucks, but then everyone buys their album. So somebody's lying here. And my guess is it's the guy who will be like, dude, they're so awful. I hate them. And then they're rocking out in their car to the latest Nickelback album. Just my opinion. But Nickelback, 16th seed, going up against Hillary Clinton. Number 8 seed, Eric Holder, going up against a very strong contender here. Number 9, people who wear socks with sandals. That's a very, very tough matchup. Eric Holder is a big-time douche. But people who wear socks with sandals, dude, you're bad. Number 5, Alex Jones and the tinfoil hat crowd. Alex Jones going up against the 12th-seeded Occupy Wall Street protesters, you know, those who like to tip over cars, and they are the 99%, and they like to poop in the street, the Occupoopers. Occupy Wall Street protesters going up against Alex Jones. That's an interesting matchup as well. Number 4 seed, Mitch McConnell, taking on the number 13 seed, people who tag others in Facebook constantly. You know, the person who takes a picture and like, thinking of you, and they tag 790 people, and then 780 people comment, and you get like alerts constantly, and you get included in things you have no desire to be included in. Yeah, those people. 13th seed, people who tag others on Facebook constantly. Going up against the Crypt Keeper, Mitch McConnell, though. That's an interesting matchup. Number 6, Marie Harf. Harf, the State Department spokesperson and an absolute dumbass douche. Going up against the 11th-seeded people who wear Che Guevara T-shirts. That's an interesting matchup as well, and you know who those people are. Number 3, the Botox Queen. The word is the word, and it's her favorite word. Or maybe it's the bird, I'm not sure. But anyway, Nancy Pelosi, the 3rd seed in the Summer's Eve region, taking on Michael Moore, who's the 14th seed. Now, I've had many people who've seen the bracket say, Michael Moore's 14? Woo, man, I can't imagine who's higher than him. Oh, there's a lot. And, you know, many people feel that Michael Moore's a big underdog here going up against Nancy Pelosi. Nancy sucks, but, dude, Michael Moore, watch out. That could be like, you know today, UAB knocked out Iowa State. That was a 14 versus 3. This could happen here. Michael Moore could take on Nancy Pelosi, but you're going to make that decision. Not me. Number 7, Al Sharpton. Taking on white people who pronounce Spanish words with an accent. You know, the people who go to like a Mexican restaurant and they'll be like, okay, and senor, for you. Let me look at the menu here. I think I'm going to get a tamale. And could I also get quesadilla and horchata? And could I get a couple of flautas and some chorizo and guacamole? You know, that person, the guy who's whiter than white, who pronounces everything with an accent. Breaking news. A shooting rampage in Nicaragua. You know, those people. Yeah, you're a douche. But you're going up against Al Sharpton. That's a tough one. 7 versus 10. We'll see how that pans out. And the final entrance, the final matchup in the first round, Joe Biden. This is an interesting twist. Joe Biden, the number 2 seed in the Summer's Eve region, taking on people from Delaware. Now, it's kind of a chicken and the egg question, because who's worse, Joe Biden or the people who put him there to be a moron? We know Joe Biden's a douche, but we also know he's been the representative from Vermont as a senator for, decades? What are you doing? You continue to put him there. It's your own fault. So, people from Delaware, the 15th seed, taking on Joe Biden. And this tournament, the bracket is open for you to vote on Polititainment.net. You have the Summers Eve region, the Massengill region. Make sure you vote. Voting is open through Sunday at midnight. So you have the next 4 days, essentially, if you're hearing this live. Or, throughout the weekend, if you're hearing the podcast, you have until Sunday night to cast your vote for the first round. Who's going to move on to the next round here in the Polititainment Tournament of Douche. Cast your votes, folks. Don't get left behind. Because, again, if you don't like sports, and I know a lot of you don't, nothing says you can't be competitive and have fun. And who doesn't want to see Al Gore possibly take on Barack Obama to see who is the champion of the Massengill region? That may go on to face Hillary Clinton, may go on to face people who wear socks with sandals. You never know. But the good news is you decide that, not me. Now, coming up next, Nancy Pelosi. Speaking of Tournament of Douche, she's a participant, but she also hails from San Francisco, which has two really interesting stories going on this week that you kind of need to know. We'll discuss that next here on According to Me.
You're on the 405.
Welcome to Miss Taliban 2015. I am John, and tonight I am joined with my co-host Steven. How are you?
I'm good, John, and I'm super excited to host Miss Taliban 2015 with you.
You know, Steven, I can't remember the last time I saw so many beautiful women.
So true, and it looks like tonight's theme is black. Not everyone can pull off the burqa like this group of contestants. John, what do you say we send it down to the stage to hear from some of our ladies?
I thought you'd never ask. Let's send it down to Michael for our question and answer portion.
Steven, John, thank you so much. I've got contestant A with me, and your question for tonight is, with the recent passing of the Saudi king, how do you think it will impact the region? Thank you, contestant A. Contestant B, your question is, what are your thoughts on the new burqa standards? Great answer, contestant B. Our final contestant of the night, contestant C. What is your recent reaction to the recent State of the Union speech by President Obama? Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. John, Steven, back to you.
Thank you, Michael. Steven, the judges have got their work cut out for themselves tonight.
You couldn't be any more correct. They really had their hands full during the swimsuit part of the competition. I don't know about you, but I know I've got my eyes on.
Well, it looks like our judges have tallied up their scores, and we are just about ready to announce the winner of Miss Taliban 2015.
You know, usually the previous winner will crown the next, but Miss Taliban 2014 was stoned to death for showing too much of her eyes. With that, let's find out who won, shall we?
It is with our distinct honor that this year's Miss Taliban 2015 is contestant C.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Miss Taliban 2015.
Breaking news.
This just in, Miss Taliban 2015 has been announced. However, there was so much excitement that it set off her suicide vest.
A show that will change internet radio as you know it.
Here come the Spa Dolphins.
I sold my food stamp money for Doritos and wheat.
I call them the Mary-Kate and Ashley of outrage.
Bras are completely racist. End all bras.
A show that is different from those that aren't so different. Real serious nonsense. Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on the 405. Hey, listen, when According to Me, Unapologetically Bunny, Real Serious Nonsense, and the Stafford Voice all have back-to-back shows every Thursday night here on the 405, something magical happens when you put them all together. It's like peanut butter and jelly, cookies and milk, Joe Biden and his hair plugs. I mean, by themselves, they're great, but when you put them together, it's even better. Except for Joe Biden and his hair plugs. I mean, both of those things are awful by themselves, let alone put those together. Yeah, edit that part out.
You're on the 405.
We here at Polititainment love to read. Well, except Poll, but, anyway. Thing is, we're all super busy, and rarely is there a moment where we can just sit down for an hour and get caught up on the book we've been wanting to read. Many of us just don't have the time. But what we do have is a smartphone, a tablet, and a subscription to Audible.com. You see, Audible.com gives us the ability to get caught up on the books we want to read, but it's the audio version that in many instances is narrated by the author. So this way we can hear a chapter 2 on the way to work, while cutting the grass, or while in the bathroom. Hey, don't act like you don't do that too. And Audible is part of Amazon, so there are hundreds of thousands of books to choose from. If we just described you, a person who loves to read and just doesn't have the time, then we want to hook you up. Go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment and you get a free month trial, and that includes one free book. Yes, even new releases, for free. You get a 30-day free trial with no strings attached, and at the same time, you help out your friends at Polititainment. Go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment. Get your books on the go by going to audibletrial.com/Polititainment today. Thanks. Instead of liking pictures of your friend's cat or the fact that your friend got past stage 44 on Candy Crush, why not like the According to Me show on Facebook and see everything that we talk about on the show? Just go to facebook.com/According to Me show, like the show page, and you too can be targeted by the IRS. Do it today.
Your powers combined, I am Captain Planet.
If I only would have known that his show was going to be on there, I would have never invented the internet. According to me.
Welcome back, folks, to According to Me. So, who doesn't like to talk about news involving San Francisco, don't we? I mean, usually when we talk San Francisco, we talk Nancy Pelosi's crazy plastic ass. But in this instance, we're actually going to talk about a story that came out this week and a push for the city council to lower the voting age in San Francisco to 16 years old. Now, as we know, in 1971, nationally, we lowered the voting age at the time, which was 21 down to 18, because if you're old enough to serve in Vietnam, you're old enough to vote. Well, that same now thought pattern is existing in San Francisco. Is that, look, if you're old enough to drive, you're old enough to pay taxes, if you're old enough to be tried as an adult in court, then you should be able to vote. It's not fair that you can't do that. And this is typical when you look at the way the left, which, let's be honest, it's San Francisco, so we know this is going to pass, because the left is all about opening it up to as many voters as possible. And whenever I question more voters, it makes me look like somebody who wants to disenfranchise voters' rights, that I'm against, suffrage. I didn't want women to vote, just like I don't want minorities to vote. Just I don't want anyone to vote. I just want rich white people to vote, and that way Republicans will always be in power. That's the accusation that people like me, who, when I'm critical of who votes and why they vote and what qualifications they need to vote, the second you say that, you're considered a racist. It's a great Saul Alinsky tactic. It's just simply, isolate and make fun of you and make you feel like you're an idiot so that you shut up and they can do what they want to do. And that's typically what happens when you challenge voters' rights. And let me just be real with you. When I was 16 years old, you could make the case that I'm a moron now, but when I was 16, I was an absolute moron. And I was also even somebody at the time who was pretty plugged in to politics. I knew even at that time that I was a small government guy. Big government to me didn't make any sense even at that age. But I also know that I'm pretty rare in that regard. When you look at the youth of today, when you look at the Nickelodeon age, when you look at the MTV crowd, when you look at those people who are going to be responsible to vote in an election. And what's so funny about it is the left is notorious for this. It's So apparently you can be on your parents' insurance until you're 78 years old because, hey, look, I mean, you know, you're still a kid. You got to get your career going. You got to get, you know, it takes a while to get life going for you, and we can't expect you to have your own insurance. So you can be on mommy and daddy's insurance until you're in your 70s. It's okay. That same crowd is now saying, look, at the age of 16, you're a grown-ass adult. At that point, you may as well vote and have a say in what goes on. And the thing is, most people talk about, again, increasing the vote. We need people to vote. We need, you know, the left. We need the dead to vote. We need illegals to vote. We need people without any proof of identification to vote. Go to several different polling places and vote, you know, vote early, vote often, you know, that whole approach. And it's a tactic that they always typically use because, you know, they pander to all the groups, and so all we got to do is pander to the young, pander to the minorities, pander to the women, get all those groups on our side, and have as many of them vote as possible. Pander to all the minorities. We'll get, or excuse me, all the illegals. We'll pander to all those folks because we take them for granted, and usually they don't surprise us because, like sheep, they vote for us anyway, and we'll just win every election. And then when people like me are critical of it, I'm a racist, right? And that's usually, again, like I said, how it goes. And I can understand why people are kind of disconnected in regards to knowing what the hell is going on in the first place. And it's kind of one of the reasons why I did this show is I'm a busy guy. I have 4 kids. I'm married. I have a day job that keeps me busy. I have, you know, friends, family, 4 kids. You know, I got a full plate of things to do, but yet I'm still plugged in and engaged in the things that are going on in our country. But I know that I am not the usual person. But a lot of times I would get together with friends and I talk about events and things that are going on, and these are people that are smart and intelligent. They go, I had no idea that was up. Are you kidding me? Wow, man, where did you hear that from? And that's the interesting thing, is that just because you hear something doesn't mean it's factual either. And you have to look at the cost of entry to be an informed voter is very high if you honestly think about it. Because just because I'm paying attention all the time to what's going on in our country, what's your source? Because if you're listening to MSNBC, you still don't know anything anyway. Or Fox News most of the time for that matter. But certainly the MSNBCs. What do you really learn from those guys? Nothing? I listen to MSNBC 4 hours a day. Well, you're a dumbass because you don't know anything. So even if you're plugged in, where are you getting your information from? And let's be real, even if you're fully engaged, you know everything that's going on, and because your involvement in local issues and national issues and global issues, it's going to shape the way you vote, right? It's going to shape your political opinions because you know what's going on. Let me ask you something for those who continue to vote for the Republican Party. How's that whole being plugged in and know what's going on and voting for those guys worked out for you so far? It hasn't. So I understand why you have a lot of people 18 and older who can vote and always have been able to vote who don't give a damn anymore. Because regardless of what my vote may say, does it really matter? So I understand the thought behind it. I get it. And again, if it's Jeb Bush in 2016, you think I'm going to rush to the polls and go, oh, I got to vote for that guy because he's totes better than, you know, Hillary Clinton or Elizabeth Warren or Joe Biden or whoever's going to be running for the left. You could have a bag of sand run for the left, and I would rather almost vote for that. In fact, I would. The bag of sand would do nothing versus Jeb Bush. But you get my point, guys. So I understand why there's motivation to not give a crap. I get it. But now you're going to open that up to 16-year-olds who really don't give a crap and really don't have a clue as to how the world works. Are you kidding me? They have no clue whatsoever. But it's a typical tactic of the left. They do this quite often. Because, again, vote early, vote off, and get as many people in as you can. Because, again, simply asking people to provide proof of who they are is racist and is trying to disenfranchise minority votes and votes of the poor because they can't afford a photo ID, even though in the states that require you to have a photo ID to vote, the voter IDs are free, or the photo IDs are free. But that doesn't matter because it's still not fair. Now, mind you, these are the same people who have a bank account, who can apply for food stamps, apply for welfare. They go to casinos. They pick up prescription medicine at CVS or at Walgreens. They go to check cashing places. They have bank accounts. They buy liquor. They buy cigarettes. They go to the emergency room. Yeah, all of those things require IDs. So I guess the poor, the illegals, the Hispanics, the minorities, blacks in America, all of the people that are being disenfranchised by voter ID laws, none of them drink, none of them smoke, none of them go to the emergency room, none of them apply for food stamps or welfare or go to casinos or pick up drug prescriptions. None of them do that. So how could you ask them to provide an ID? Because they don't have access to any of that stuff. Clearly they don't have an ID because they never buy booze. No. They don't buy cigarettes. No. Poor people do. And minorities, they don't smoke or drink or have checking accounts or any of that stuff. What are you talking about? See, it's BS. We all know it's BS, but simply questioning it is racist and wrong. And now you're going to take that same thought and you're going to have 16-year-olds vote. And San Francisco is not alone in this. You have two cities in Maryland who actually have done the same thing. Now, one just did it in January. Hyattsville, Maryland, actually just did it in January. So you have no background information on how it worked out. But if you look at, what's the other town? Tacoma Park in Maryland in 2013 decided to allow 16-year-olds to vote. So in the 2014 midterms, you actually had 16-year-olds that were allowed to vote, and they showed up 2-1 versus those that are 18 and older. And what was the result? Well, you know what the result was. It was heavy left. It shouldn't surprise any of you. But leave it up to San Francisco to think that's a good idea. When 46% of all voting electorate in 2010 didn't know who the majority was in the House, when only 39% of those who vote know that defense spending is our largest budget item, when 60% of America doesn't even know where the money goes in the first place and what we spend money on from a budget standpoint, or who the hell's even in charge in Washington, God help us all. And speaking of San Francisco, there's an interesting story, and this kind of hits a little close to home for me also, because I coach youth football, and this is something that's been out there for quite some time, and it's a story that the NFL doesn't really want to talk about a lot, even though they say they are, and they're taking steps about it. And there's a book that came out last year that really hit home with a lot of people, and it's called League in Denial, and it talks about the NFL essentially dismissing 20 years of scientific information in regards to concussions and head trauma in the NFL, and them just saying, it's not really a big deal. Now, I say this because imagine that you're 24 years old. You were drafted last year in the NFL in the 3rd round. You had an outstanding rookie year. In fact, you led your team in tackles. Last year, you signed a $3 million contract in which you've been paid less than $1 million of it. By the way, the person who was ahead of you in the depth chart retired. So now you're the guy going into this season. You're 24. You're going into the prime of your career. You're learning the NFL at a quick level. You're a high-producing linebacker on the San Francisco 49ers, and your name is Chris Borland, and you just retired on Monday at the age of 24. Why? Over concerns over concussions. And he didn't play the last 2 games of the season last year and still led his team in tackles. What does that tell you? But I want to discuss that because I think it's kind of paramount and talks about a lot of things that are out there. Because it does tie in politically a little bit also, because you look at the left and it's the same people who tell you that you have to obey the food pyramid because they know better on how to eat, and you're stupid and you can't be trusted to be smart. We need to give birth control we just should have free birth control, free condoms, free birth control pills for everybody in the country. Because look, people are stupid and they're going to have sex and they're too dumb to understand how to use protection or to pay for it themselves. So we just need to give it to them. If we just give it to them, they'll use it because they're too dumb to do it on their own, right? It's the same thought. We got to let everyone know that cigarettes are terrible for you and you can't smoke them anywhere because they're really, really bad. And you're not smart enough to realize that cigarettes are bad, so we're going to make sure that everyone knows that. And same thing with e-cigarettes, those are bad. And same thing with drugs. you're too dumb to realize drugs are bad, so we just got to make sure that they're away from everybody because you can't be trusted. It's the same thought in regards to football. And I understand that when you're talking children, but when you're talking grown-ass men, they are making the decision to play football. And you could make the case that the kid who's 10 years old, who's knocking heads with another kid who's 10 years old, that sounds insane. Let me go there. However, you also know the 10-year-old who is, skateboarding and going to the skate park and doing a half pipe and going up 20 feet in the air to try to pull off some trick and lands flat on his head and is concussed from that. No one cares about that. No one's trying to stop skateboarding among the youth. No one's you look at parkour, and that the cool thing for kids nowadays is to run like crazy through a park and run on this railing and then try to jump on this tree and I fall and hit my head like a moron. No one seems to care about that. You look at MMA, you look at boxing, you look at all the sports, you look at soccer, you look at cheerleading, which there is some analysis that you actually have just as many concussions, strangely enough, in cheerleading as you do in many other high school sports, because you have girls that are on top of the cheer pyramid going, yay, team! And they're 10 feet up in the air, and someone, and they fall down, hit their head on the track, and they get a concussion too. So where do you draw the line when it comes to being overly safe and overprotective? I understand that there needs to be something done about player safety, and I understand that having that conversation involving kids is an important thing. At the same time, where do you draw the line of just saying, oh, I'm sorry, no one can do this anymore? You look at a 10% decrease in youth football participation already over the last couple of years over concussion concerns. And there's a lot of evidence that shows that concussions are very, very scary things that we're learning more and more about every single day. And what the NFL is trying to do is, and I can tell you this as a youth football coach, is they're trying to make it so that we're just going to learn how to tackle safer. That's all. And I can tell you as somebody who had to be certified in heads-up tackling and youth sports that it does more harm than good, in my opinion, can get you hurt more so than the old-fashioned way you used to tackle. And in my opinion, the NFL and football across the board is much better off, instead of, spending the money they do and trying to run clinics on how to tackle safer and blah, 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 blah. Spend the money in sports science. Spend the money. Give the money to Under Armour. Give the money to Rydell. Give the money to helmet manufacturers to be able to somehow, if at all possible, develop a helmet that can help isolate the brain and do something about it, because sooner or later, you are going to be a sport that many people will shy away from based on that. And you won't see the results of that right away, but you'll receive the results of that the next decade or so, when you have kids who are now 7 and 8 years old who normally would be signing up to play tackle football aren't doing it. They're just not. And it's the most popular sport here in the United States, and don't be surprised if you see a shift in that based on this concern. But at the same time, when you're a grown-ass man and you decide to make that decision, that's fine. But it shouldn't be out of the hands of a grown-ass man to make that decision. Chris Borland, at the age of 24, walked away from $2 million left in his contract because, you know what, as he says, quite frankly, it can kill you. Now, maybe that sounds extreme, but the reality is it could potentially kill you. It's drastic when you say that, but it's a possibility, and it really puts things into perspective for me. And Chris Borland in the preseason the last year as a rookie went face-to-face with the fullback, got nailed right in his head, had a concussion, and was in a fog for about a week or two. And he just didn't feel like himself at all. And then when he was hurt the last 2 weeks of the season, he read the book League of Denial, like I mentioned earlier, and he was just doing his homework and reading and just going, look, I'm just not going to do this anymore. Call me crazy, call me whatever, but look, I'm 24, I'm sharp, mentally I'm there, I've had a couple concussions in college, I had one my rookie year, I'm just not doing this anymore. And that is, usually you'll see somebody walking away in the twilight of their career, that they're over, and they go, well, they had a lot of concussions, so they hung it up. This guy didn't have a lot of concussions. This guy's a kid, 24 years old, in the prime of his career, walks away from the NFL. And if you're the NFL right now, you got to be going, oh, that's not good news. We need to do something about that right away. But at the same time, these are grown men who are making this decision, and good for them if they want to walk away from it. But to then have this diatribe of the NFL's trying to kill people, I think it's a little ridiculous, because, again, if we're going to have all of our kids be in bubbles, that's fine, but be consistent. Don't be like, oh, football's a dangerous sport, but my kid can, skateboard. That's fine. Kids don't get hurt in skateboarding. At the same time, the NFL, they better do something, because I will give NASCAR this. If you remember the death of Dale Earnhardt, all it took was a really bad incident for NASCAR to go, yep, that's it. We are completely changing the way drivers are seated in the car and the caging around the driver, because we are not going to have any driver, let alone a very, very, very popular one, die ever again, because it will kill the sport. But yet the NFL, I don't know how serious they're taking this, but they really should. And the news this week really brings that to light there. But again, what are your thoughts on that? Share that with us on the Polititainment page, as I will have an article on the Facebook page, I should say, facebook.com/Polititainment. Share that article with you. Give me your thoughts on that. What do you think? Again, even if you're a football fan or if you're not, there is this overwhelming thought of a nanny state type of relationship when it comes to, look, you're too dumb. I know you like football, but you're too dumb to be trusted. And so we're just going to shame you into even liking football and really encourage you not to play it, even though we have no problem with you doing other stuff that's just as dangerous. But football, bad. Now, coming up next, record snowfall and climate change. And this week's Asset of the Week. Stay tuned.
When I got to work as Secretary of State, I opted for convenience to use my personal email account, which was allowed by the State Department, because I thought it would be easier to carry just one device for my work and for my personal emails instead of two.
Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Hillary got a phone, bam-a-lam, and the server's at home. Bam-a-lam, and Obama didn't mind. Bam-a-lam, the blind leading the blind. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam.
There are different rules governing the White House than there are governing the rest of the executive branch. I feel that I went above and beyond what I was requested to do. And again, those will be out in the public domain, and people will be able to judge for themselves.
Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. She must think we're high. Bam-a-lam, she really knows how to lie. Bam-a-lam, and what's the matter with her? Bam-a-lam, her phone ain't secure. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam.
My direction to conduct the thorough investigation was to err on the side of providing anything that could be possibly viewed as work-related. Out of an abundance of caution and care, we wanted to send that message unequivocally.
Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. The whole Clinton fam, bam-a-lam. You know they don't give a damn. Bam-a-lam, and Bill doesn't email. Bam-a-lam, just like he didn't inhale. Bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Blackberry, bam-a-lam.
What difference at this point does it make?
On the 405.
Hey, I'm an innocent bystander. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I cannot see. I'm legally blind. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I'm innocent. I did not drive no getaway car. I'm legally blind. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I'm legally blind, so how I'm going to drive a car?
So you can't see at all?
Huh?
You can see, though, right?
I'm legally blind. I can see, barely. Mama, I love you. P.O.P. Only die. Right, these all good pimp spoil, baby, for life.
Ma'am, you have the same last name as one of the other suspects.
Yeah,
are you all related?
But I'm not no good old. I am a Marshall and a Guidry. My mama last name is Guidry, a.k.a. White, because she married And my daddy's name is Michael Marshall. He deceased. I'm not no good old. I'm innocent, and I don't care what nobody say. My family go get me up out of this. It's good. Hey, I ain't going nowhere. I'm still gonna be right back in the streets. You dig? Cause I'm innocent. I don't care what nobody gotta say. Hey, free down the good old baby. Pimp Squad is going down. P.O.P.
I thought your name wasn't
down.
I thought your name wasn't Good O.
My name is Good O.
Hey, are you conservative in the world of liberal?
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah!
Well, you're not the only one. I'm Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice. Each week, I'll bring you the events, and together we'll learn about how they affect you. So sit back and get ready to laugh and cry your way through the good, the bad, and the ugly of talk radio. Every Thursday night at 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on the 405.
We're gonna spread happiness. We're gonna spread freedom. Obama's gonna change it. Obama's gonna lead 'em. We're gonna
So let me be clear. If you got a business, you didn't build that. Everything he's done is clean as a whistle. He's never not only broken any law, he's never done anything wrong. He's the perfect father, the perfect husband, the perfect American.
Hey y'all, this is Sam Janney, or the Bunny as many of you know me by, your friendly neighborhood bad girl of conservatism. Here to talk to you about my show. I'll talk about conservative issues, my top 10 douchebags of the week, and have some pretty badass conservative guests on the show. All that, plus me, your resident bunny with a chainsaw.
Thursday nights will never be the same. It's Unapologetically Bunny, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the 405.
He's the honey badger of internet radio.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy.
According to me.
Ew, what's that in its mouth? Mouth.
Now you're a man, now you're a man. A man. You are now a man, you're a man. Now you're a man.
Now you're a man. Welcome back, folks, to According to Me. So, before we get into the asshat of the week, there's an article that came out this week from our good friends at Think Progress talking about the record snowfall in Boston. And it just makes me laugh because, again, if you read articles from a decade ago, you saw, there was the Telegraph in the UK, I don't know, some UK writer. It was like, look, the science is in. It's affirmative. Snowfall will be an anomaly. Snowfall will be like hail. It'll be rarely seen. It'll be a special treat for children to see. Wow, Mommy, look, it's snowfall. Look it. There's snow coming out of the sky. I haven't seen that in years. Oh, when I was a child, we used to make snowmen. But those days are gone now, you see, due to climate change. These are the articles that were out 10 years ago talking about now, right now. You're not going to see snow because it's too warm, and that won't happen. And that's weird because our good friends at Think Progress, congratulations, Boston. This is from the article, by the way. The National Weather Service tweeted on Sunday announcing the history-making event. 108.6 inches of snow is what Boston got this winter, and that's nothing to celebrate, you see? Because when the season is over, Boston will have spent $50 million just trying to move snow out of the city. The city's subway and commuter rail systems were crippled. In apartment buildings, melting snow leaked into the ceilings. Cemeteries could not hold burials. A lot of people lost their dogs. Piles of trash are everywhere. Climate change and climate Armageddon is here, folks, because scientists say that we can expect more of that kind of crap to happen in Boston and the northeastern United States, and here's why. Here's what's happening. Again, 10 years ago, this wasn't happening. Now it is, because science has totes figured it out. Sea surfaces get warmer, you see, because of human-made greenhouse gas emissions, and we all know that that's causing climate change. And because of that sea temperature getting warmer, you have more moisture in the air, and that moisture causes the snow, which causes record snowfalls. But if you are impressed by the crazy amounts of snow you got this year, Boston, get used to it, because you're going to see that all the time. You want to know why? Because climate projections look into the future, and they predict extreme rains and snow in the northern part of the United States. And again, no single storm is a prediction of climate change, but the projections into the future are there for more storms like this. And here's what's funny about it. If you remember last year, when the polar vortex was happening around the entire country, and cities like Chicago, for example, had record cold temperatures, the reason that was happening was climate change. Now, conservatives or people with a brain, who reject the idea of man-made climate change being 100% factual, will say, for a planet that's supposed to be getting awful warm, it's cold as hell out. What's up with that? You morons. Here go the flat earthers saying, look, it's real warm. And so where's up with climate change? Oh, and now it's real cold. What's up with climate change? Yeah, see, that is because of climate change, you see. When it's really cold in February, that's because it's climate change. If it's 70 degrees in April, that's also due to climate change, you dumbass. Don't you see? That's how it is, flat earther, ostrich. Bury your head in the sand again, dummy. So, again, the record snowfall in Boston is due to climate change, see? So you can't win either way. It's the best scam ever. If it's warm, climate change. If it's cold, climate change. Excuse me. If your predictions are wrong, well, that's because scientists has now given us newer information that the stuff we talked about 5 years ago when we said the world's coming to an end and things are out of control, we were wrong then, but we're totally right now. This has been going on for 40 years, and yet people still allow these morons to tell you with a straight face, the world's coming to an end, it's irreversible, there's nothing we can do, and it's our fault. And again, I say, hey, could it be that man-made climate change is real and happening? Maybe, but I got a lot of stats that say otherwise, just like you have a lot of stats that say that's happening. Why don't we kind of take a quick step back before rewriting the entire world economy over this Chicken Little-like theory of the sky is falling when we aren't quite sure that the sky is falling? And as I say that, and I'm looking at this news article, there are related articles about Pat Robertson saying the same thing, and I went, damn it, well, there goes that idea. See, I'd like to make fun of the climate change alarmists, but when Pat Robertson does it, I can't, because then I can't be on the... I just don't feel good about aligning my opinions with Pat Robertson on anything. Now, I will say that climate change isn't real, and I will also say that there's a lot of science that conflicts with what science says that it is real, and so, I don't think we should rush to conclusions on what is going on. So that's probably not a good thing. But what the Pat Robertsons of the world will say is, well, for those who are saying climate change is happening and the earth is getting warmer, let me point out that Boston had record levels of snow, and most people think that's Mother Nature talking, but I think that the record snow in Boston is because of the homosexuals. And the homosexuals cause climate change. If they were responsible and they weren't sinners, maybe weather'd be normal. See, it's not about recycling. It's about the homosexuals. And so I can't be on that guy's side. I'm sorry. Anyway, it is time, folks, for this week's Asshat of the Week.
It is time for this week's Asshat of the Week.
Now, whoa. Sorry about that. Let's play a fun little game. Because this week's Asset of the Week is, let's play a game called Imagine a White Guy Saying This. Or white anybody. Imagine Taylor Swift saying she hates fat black Americans and believes that black Americans who live in middle America are racist Democrat black people who live in the hood. Imagine that being said. Imagine the outrage that would ensue. Imagine Taylor Swift being ridiculed, destroyed, and never heard from again, and possibly like thrown into some castaway island along with Michael Richards and anybody else who said anything racial. Because once you say anything bad as a white person about another race, you're automatically cast away and you'll never be heard from again, right? Imagine that being said by a musician along those lines. You would never see that happen. And if it did happen, the person's career would be over. It would be the top story everywhere you went. Let's say it's a lesser-known white musician who said that. Doesn't matter. Riley Cooper, a half-assed fourth-string wide receiver on the Philadelphia Eagles last year, was caught saying the N-word, and that guy was practically thrown out of the league at one point, and most people didn't even want to play with him anymore. And he's a nobody. So you can imagine a pretty famous musician saying something like this. Oh, that'd be a big deal. Well, the thing is, it's not that big of a deal to most of America, who just kind of goes, racist black person, that's fine, because black people can't be racist, right? Well, that's incorrect, because this week's Asshead of the Week is Azalea Banks. And here is what she said in Playboy magazine. She says she hates fat white Americans and believes that those who live in middle America are racist conservative white people who live on their farms. She also feels that worshiping Jesus Christ is just unnatural, and when asked if she wanted to leave the United States, she said, yes, of course, I hate everything about this country. Like I said before, I hate fat white Americans. All these people who are crunched into the middle of America, the real fat and meat of America, are these racist conservative white people who live on their farms. You know, those teenage girls who work at Kmart with their racist grandmothers. And then she goes on to say that black people need reparations for building this country because we deserve a lot more effing credit than we get. And as long as I have my money, I'm getting the F out of here, and I'm going to leave y'all to your own devices. Well, I say this, Azalea Banks. Now, Azalea, of course, is from New York. And so her, like most New York douchebags, think that if you're not in New York and you're not in L.A., you're a farmer and a piece of crap and we're nothing but flyover country here in middle America. Well, I'll tell you this, Azalea. I happen to be a fat white conservative, and you can kiss my fat white conservative ass. That's one thing. Second of all, you probably don't realize the hypocrisy when you complain about racist white rich America as you are in Playboy magazine owned by a rich white American, Hugh Hefner. You jackass. Azalea Banks, you're this week's Asshat of the Week.
Tune in next week for another exciting installment of Asshat of the Week.
Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life.
That's going to put the finishing touches on this week's episode of According to Me. We covered a lot. My goodness, we talked record snowfalls, we talked concussions in football, we talked lowering the voting age. We gave you all of the entries, the 32 entries in this year's Tournament of Douche. Make sure you vote, Polititainment.net. The Massengill and Summers Eve region, they need your votes. We need your support. Hope you had fun. Glad you joined us this evening. Bunny's up next. We'll be back soon, faster than you could say furious. And this has been According to Me. Thanks so much for listening, guys. Have a good week. Talk to you soon.
Worst things happen to see, you know? What you got to lose, you know? You come from nothing, you're going back to nothing. What you lost? Nothing! Nothing will come from nothing, you know?
Only die. Right, these are good pimps for baby for life.
Tornado season has once again arrived in the southern plains. Moore, Oklahoma, a suburb of Oklahoma City, has seen its share of Mother Nature's power. Southgate Elementary School in Moore suffered heavy damage after severe weather hit the area.
Debris everywhere, a roof destroyed, and a community left once again picking up the pieces. Southgate Elementary took a direct hit in Wednesday night's tornado.
About 10 classrooms at Southgate Elementary in Moore have either structural or water damage. Citizens can help the rebuilding process by donating to Southgate teachers as they work to request the items they need to rebuild their classrooms. Please help by going to donorschoice.org. This organization helped raise $600,000 for the Moore community after the May 2013 tornado. Also, contact your local Red Cross chapter. This has been a public service announcement from your friends at K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network. K98Talk.com, a leader in Internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're on the 405.
You've got mail.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Why?
You know what time it is, so sit back and get ready for the Stafford Voice, your dose of conservative in a world of liberal.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, how you doing? I am your host, Daniel Stafford, and you are listening to the Stafford Voice, where we are conservative in a world of liberal. And tonight, we're going to cover a little bit about a handful of things. I mean, we're going to start out with some Hillary Clinton crap. As you know, we probably are using dial-up tonight because we're trying to host everything on Hillary Clinton's email servers, and I think that they're probably pre-1998 maybe, or right around there, because as you know, Bill Clinton, back then, he was probably using multiple email addresses to cover up any scandal he was involved in. But anyway, like I said, we've got a lot to cover. We're going to talk about some Hillary Clinton email stuff. We're going to talk about how fuming I am over this whole baby wrapped up in the flag thing. And then, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about some officers that were shot. That was like super early this morning, or late at night, whatever local time it was for you. Here in the Midwest, we're on Central Time, so it was like right around midnight or something, I think is what they said. So we've got something to talk about with that too. And I want you to know that wherever you're at, there are many ways to listen. So set the channel as your favorite so you don't get left behind. And for some strange, crazy reason, you do miss the show. Yes, we do this live. So, we tape it so you can catch the replay whenever you can. So just sit tight. There's no need to panic. I got you. And in the case you aren't already following us on social media, you can find me personally on Twitter at Stafford Voice. You can look me up on Facebook as well, The Stafford Voice. Also, if you're not doing it, you need to follow Polititainment on Facebook and also on the Twitters. We have some incredible stuff that's being put up daily. I mean, just not too long into inviting a new contributor on, he broke the site. That was, last week, I think, or the week before. So, I think that was only his third post, and he's already making waves that we're still trying to recover from. But, so stay up to date with everything over at Polititainment.net. And also, please, do me a favor. Send some love to the station on Twitter. As you know, I like to start the mood out with a quote. It kind of lays out my attitude or my thoughts, and hopefully I'm able to convey where those sit. During his farewell address, George Washington, he kind of sent out a warning. He said, quote, "It is important, likewise, that the habits of thinking in a free country should inspire caution in those entrusted with its administration, to confine themselves within their respective constitutional spheres, avoiding in the exercise of the powers of one department to encroach upon another. The spirit of encroachment tends to consolidate the powers of all the departments in one, and thus to create whatever the form of government, a real despotism, a just estimate of that love of power and proneness to abuse it, which predominates in the human heart, is sufficient to satisfy us of the truth of this position." I almost don't even know where to start with this. You can kind of measure a person by giving them power. You can really, really get a good idea of who a person is once they have some power. I mean, just take a look at our resident in chief. Look at the amount of power that he has and how much he abuses it. Absolute power corrupts. Now, let's take a look at Hillary Clinton. Yes, good old Hillary Clinton. 2 emails. 2 emails. I don't know about you, but personally, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got like 4 or 5 emails. And it is what it is. But Hillary Clinton, we briefly touched on this last week, and the idea that she is hosting her own, she's hosting her own email server in her place in New York, and we don't know what level of security it has or has had in the past, but I can guarantee you it's not backing up to the qualifications that the government has laid out. It's not encrypted. It has barely a skosh of the encryption that you would likely see on a government server. And I am extremely confused. I have spent the last 2, maybe 3 days personally trying to find something, because I thought that I saw it once before, and maybe the government, or who knows, maybe the Clinton hierarchy has gone in and scrubbed the internet full of the images. But I could have swore that when we had a Benghazi document dump, we saw some Hillary Clinton stuff in there. Back and forth. And for the life of me, I can't find any of it. I don't know if maybe my brain has gone mush through the math class that I'm in right now, but I have been unable to find it. Regardless, the fact is, she thinks she is so high and mighty that she doesn't have to follow the rules. I mean, you look at her husband, and it's no wonder that the two go together like a horse and carriage. I mean, how many things has the Clinton machine had to cover up? They've covered up sex scandals left and right. And now, 2 years before we go into a voting booth, we are plagued with another scandal that likely they are going to get covered up. It is absolutely ridiculous that that our national security has been jeopardized the way it has been. I think that there have been some things, unfortunately, that people have found out, and it's probably due to the fact that she has not had a secure enough email structure. And to use her words, at this point, what difference does it make? Yes, I think it makes a big difference in the world. When we had something like Benghazi that arguably could have been prevented, when we take a look at that one single scandal, we know that her fingerprints were all over that stuff. All over it. And yet we still can't get answers about that. And I know, that was like 2 years ago. Give me a break. Who cares how long ago it was? The fact is, you don't play by the rules because you think you're too damn good for them. I'm sorry, but you're not Queen Elizabeth. You're not the Queen of England. You're the Queen of nothing. You're not even the queen of your domain. I'm sorry, but your husband doesn't even... He has no respect for you at all. It kind of goes back to that joke, what does Billy Boy say to Hillary when he's done having sex? I'll be home in 20 minutes. It's really bad, but it's probably true. How many sex scandals is Bill Clinton, has he been involved with? We know he's had multiple email addresses. Hillary Clinton learned from the best. She's learned from Billy Boy, and she's had multiple email addresses. Who in their right freaking mind, day one on the job, I guarantee... Hey, let me make this one statement. Whoever it is in charge of the IT department in the government, in the Obama administration, that jackass should have been fired if he did not create an email account for Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State. How in the hell did she get away with that? You can't just walk in day one and say, Barack, I got you. You can't do that. Hell no. That crap doesn't work. How do you get away with that? We've got our own infighting going on within the Democratic Party. Obviously, the Clintons don't like the Obamas, and the feelings are mutual, back and forth. So, did Obama set up Hillary, knowing that she was going to want to try and make a run? But then again, let's remember, we've got over a year and a half to go before we actually meet in the voting booth and hit the button. And 6 months from now, people are going to forget about it. Give them 30 seconds on Twitter or 5 minutes on Facebook, and they can't even remember their favorite cat video they just watched. They have a hard enough time trying to remember the last tweet they sent out. or what the last photo on Instagram they liked. They gave a little double tap to. The whole world right now, the biggest trending thing right now is the Pacquiao fight and how big and awesome, and I'm voting for one of them to get knocked out in the first 30 seconds. All them people wind up losing all of that because they think that because they get wrapped up in it. It's absolutely ridiculous. I get so tongue-tied over it, I can't even finish a sentence. Oh, you know, we know that she's had multiple email addresses because she's had multiple phones. You know, there was there's a video out there where her and the interviewer are sitting there, and the interviewer asks her, okay, that illustrious question that usually probably, and I'm going to go out on a limb, people have probably lost friendships because they asked this very question. Apple or Android? Who gives a crap? Anyway, so Hillary does her evil little conniving laugh. I feel like I'm watching something out of like the Twilight Zone, or the Wicked Witch of the West has like reincarnated herself into Hillary Clinton. But she does that horrific giggle, and she says Apple. But we all know almost everybody in the government has a BlackBerry. The president lives and dies by that stupid thing. And how many pictures over the last, 5 or 6 years have we seen where Hillary Clinton is sitting there at a desk with some big, huge, massive stack of crap, because it was probably some bill or some testimony that she was giving, and she had to write down all of her lies so she knew which one was she had to quote from. But so she's sitting there with a BlackBerry. But then again, there's been 1 or 2 times where she's out there talking on an iPhone. And then on top of that, guess what? If you've followed her Twitter for a while, and you can head over to Polititainment.net and read this post, that she can't even make up her mind what she wants to use to post onto Twitter. She's using a BlackBerry 1 minute, then she uses her iPhone, and then you know these people at that level, you know, they pay somebody to update their social media stuff, and you kind of wonder, okay, well, maybe just maybe somebody on her staff is using an iPhone, because after all, it's Hillary Clinton, and oh my God, she's like so awesome, so we have to protect her, and oh, cut through the crap. No, she's probably handling it herself, because after all, she's got to be the cool, hip grandma that everybody wants to be like. You know, there is matter of fact, you know, let me play this little, it's not a montage. Actually, this is a little tribute that Jason DeWilkins, host of According to Me, has put together. And I think it really kind of gets the point across about what we're trying to say.
When I got to work as Secretary of State, I opted for convenience to use my personal email account, which was allowed by the State Department, because I thought it would be easier to carry just one device for my work and for my personal emails instead of 2.
Whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, Hillary got a phone, Bam-a-lam, and the servers at home, Bam-a-lam, and Obama didn't mind, Bam-a-lam, the blind leading the blind, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam.
There are different rules governing the White House than there are governing the rest of the executive branch. I feel that I went above and beyond what I was requested to do. And again, those will be out in the public domain, and people will be able to judge for themselves.
Whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, she must think we're high, Bam-a-lam, she really knows how to lie, Bam-a-lam, and what's the matter with her, Bam-a-lam, her phone ain't secure, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam.
My direction to conduct the thorough investigation was to err on the side of providing anything that could be possibly viewed as work-related. Out of an abundance of caution and care, we wanted to send that message unequivocally.
Whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, the whole Clinton fam, Bam-a-lam, they don't give a damn, Bam-a-lam, and Bill doesn't email, Bam-a-lam, just like he didn't inhale, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam, whoa, Blackberry, Bam-a-lam.
What difference at this point does it make?
Yes, Miss Clinton, at this point, what difference does it make? It makes all the difference in the world. I mean, let's just pause for just a second and realize this person, not going to call her a woman, this person thinks she's going to be the next president. She honestly believes it all the way to her core. And on top of that, somebody out there is fooling a lot of people in making you think that there was absolutely no email correspondence between the president and Hillary Clinton. There was, in the how many years Clinton was Secretary of State, in that amount of time, you have to tell me that there wasn't at least 1, maybe 10, maybe 100 times they've emailed and corresponded through email multiple times. Unless, this is one of those tinfoil hat moments, guys, unless Hillary Clinton had to send everything to Valerie Jarrett, and Valerie Jarrett scrubbed it and gave it to the president. Then again, you really can't just dismiss everything around here, because we've got a president that gets all of his information by watching the news. He heard about it by watching the news. So you're telling me you didn't know? Right. Anyway, for the sake of sanity, I don't. There really isn't anything else to be said about it until she's gonna have. She is her own worst enemy. She absolutely is. Hillary Clinton is her own worst enemy. This is her own doing, and the fact that she thinks she's above the law is beyond me. I mean, these people get that high in office, and they think that they are immune to everything else. There are some things that boggle the mind, and you just can't, for the life of you, try and figure them out. There's another story that is really, really bugging me, probably more so than this whole email scandal. And when we come back, I want to talk to you about the picture of the baby wrapped up in a flag. We'll be right back after this brief little message.
Russia and Putin are dominating on the world stage. Radical Islamists have taken over almost every country in the Middle East and are killing all around the world. They have also taken huge swaths of Africa, North Africa, and beyond. Economies in Europe are in trouble. The U.S. dollar loses value almost every day. Our country is in trouble. Don't believe the left, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over.
Cold War Radio, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, on the 405media.com.
You're on the 405.
We're gonna spread freedom. Obama's gonna change it. Obama's gonna lead 'em. We're gonna
So let me be clear. If you got a business, you didn't build that. Everything he's done is clean as a whistle. He's never not only broken any law, he's never done anything wrong. He's the perfect father, the perfect husband, the perfect American.
Hey y'all, this is Sam Janney, or the Bunny as many of you know me by, your friendly neighborhood bad girl of conservatism. Here to talk to you about my show. I'll talk about conservative issues, my top 10 douchebags of the week, and have some pretty badass conservative guests on the show. All that, plus me, your resident bunny with a chainsaw.
Thursday nights will never be the same. It's Unapologetically Bunny, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the 405.
A show that will change internet radio as you know it.
Here come the Spa Dolphins.
I sold my food stamp money for Doritos and wheat.
I call them the Mary Kate and Ashley of outrage.
Bras are completely racist. End all bras.
A show that is different from those that aren't so different. Real serious nonsense. Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on the 405. Back when he was in grade school, the only crayons he ever cared about were the red one, the white one, and the blue one.
The Stafford Voice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's right. We are back. I am your host, Daniel Stafford, right here on the Stafford Voice, where we are conservative in a world of liberal. And, you know, right before we came back on, that's right. Some of my favorite colors are red, white, and blue. And for very good reason, because they're the three colors on the American flag. Not for really any other reason. I like red because usually I make people see red a lot, usually because I piss them off, and that's okay. They don't agree with me 100% of the time, and that's okay. I would much rather have a civil conversation and go back and forth that way than, you know, shooting them or threatening them or calling them dirty, nasty, vile things. I'm more about civil discourse, and I think so much more can be accomplished by talking about it than just... There's so many things you can really understand about a person when you take away the keyboard and you have a face-to-face conversation. That's when it gets real. When you see the emotion in their face, or you judge them by you see their body, their body language. And right now, I have absolutely no body language towards this story at all. I am actually in shock about some of the stuff that I've seen and heard about this. If you haven't seen or heard any of it, let me kind of paint the picture of what this photographer did. This Navy vet comes home and got a beautiful baby, and the Navy vet is in his fatigues, and he's holding a flag, and sleeping in the middle of the flag is his beautiful little baby. I love the picture. I think it conveys a message that a lot of people have missed and dismissed at that fact. I think that the photographer really wanted to send a message with the picture that she took and the vision that she came up with. And the veteran herself is, or I'm sorry, the photographer herself is a veteran. So that in and of itself should send a clear message that there's something a little more here than just somebody in fatigues taking a picture of a baby. There's so much in this photo. You've got to see it. You probably have already. But the photographer posted this picture on Facebook, and she pretty much she woke up the next day to ignorance all over her Facebook wall or her Facebook page. People were making comments. You call yourself a photographer? They're just stupid people. I mean, the flag is not a prop, wrote one person. Then they try and use the U.S. flag code as if they really fully understand what the flag means and understand things that they actually read. Quote, to use the American flag in such a way is disrespectful, rude, tacky, disgusting, and against the U.S. flag code. Personally, I don't see anything wrong or anything that violates the U.S. flag code. And the post continued. Listen to this. This is from an actual post that was posted to the picture that was posted. The quote, "This flag is a symbol of everything my son died for many years ago. It was of the utmost honor to have a flag laid upon your coffin as my son did. That honor is taken away when disrespectful photographers throw our flag code out the window. Although you can't see it anymore, I posted another picture from this same photographer a few minutes ago who had a naked baby on that same flag I laid upon my son's casket. She allowed the baby to pee and poop on that flag that is meant to honor our fallen soldiers. Disgusting." I'm sorry. But that comment sends me into an emotional whirlwind. Why? As many of you know, I served in the military. I've not seen combat. However, I was not afraid to raise my hand and swear to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. That oath that I took never had an end. There were many times where people were asked to perform flag detail. Flag detail consisted of you having to get up extra early every morning, staying past every evening and raising and lowering the flag, folding it, and properly turning it in to the commanding general. I've gone overseas. I've seen how countries view America. And every time I see the American flag, I get goosebumps. That simple piece of fabric of red, white, and blue should mean a little more to everybody than it does. The fact that this photographer has had to defend what she did with this beautiful picture that she took is absolutely ridiculous. That American flag embodies everything that child gets to look forward to in life. That flag represents the very freedoms and liberties that child will get to have. Very, very powerful photo. And unbelievable that people tried to turn what she did into something absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, there's going to be people out there that try and throw the U.S. flag code at you. Well, you remember that old movie Rocky, where Rocky's got he's got the print of the American flag on his shorts, and that is disgraceful. Yeah, okay, whatever. We were facing down the Russians in a boxing match on TV, Hollywood. Woohoo! You know what? Kiss my backside. Because that is a closer violation, if not an actual violation, of the U.S. flag code than what was done in this sense. The flag code says no part of the flag should ever be used as a costume. Let me repeat. No part of the flag should ever be used as a costume. So when you see your favorite country star putting on a button-up t-shirt, a button-up shirt that looks like the American flag, guess what? I'm sorry, your song may have powerful lyrics, but your shirt offends me. If that photo offends you, your shirt offends me. Nothing is a more visible mark to anybody in the world than our flag. The meaning behind it is what our country stands for. So all you haters out there that don't like this photo, suck it. And with that, I think we probably need to take a break, because I think the music's playing and it's getting ready to kick me off of here. So, you know what? You are listening to Daniel Stafford, the host of the Stafford Voice. We'll be right back.
Pissed off, politically speaking.
Joining me now is a national talk treasure. Larry Elder, thanks for being on the show.
Talk treasure. I've been called a lot worse. I appreciate that.
He is a national PR and communications expert, editorial columnist, and former aide to 3 U.S. presidents. Scott Jones.
What's going on out there right now and the Obama administration's response to it isn't funny.
I think Obama has made virtually every bad decision, both for our economy and for foreign affairs.
Pissed Off Politically Speaking with your host Scott Jones, only on the 405media.com, Mondays 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific.
Janine Turner, thanks for being with us.
Oh, it's great. Pleasure. This whole liberal mantra that these ridiculous things that are being spun in a way that aren't true are very dangerous for our country. We may not be the best country, but show me a better one.
Right.
And we are good.
Join host Scott Jones for Pissed Off Politically Speaking on the 405media.com.
Are you currently waging war against the infidel? Dreaming of the day you can become a martyr and yet Allah Akbar with bombs strapped to your chest? Stop! You don't commit acts of terror over religious fanaticism. You commit acts of terror because you don't feel you have a chance to earn a career. Well, now you can find a career that's right for you at
jihadjobs.com.
At jihadjobs.com, you'll find dream careers like camel breeder, goat shaver, hummus chef, desert realtor, and so much more. You'll also find those careers with competitive pay and other tremendous benefits like extended bereavement time if your family member was a suicide bomber, 48 hours of maternity leave,
Not for women.
and much more. Introduce yourself to another bank besides the West Bank. Stop waging war against the USA and start contributing to your 401k. Stop raping, start reaping the rewards of an exciting career at
jihadjobs.com.
Your new career is just a stone's throw away. jihadjobs.com.
Website is for men only and approved under Sharia law. All women who access the website will be stoned to death. Other restrictions apply. Consult Allah for details.
jihadjobs.com.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in...
Listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works.
President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before.
Did someone say green?
Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind?
Now, do you say good things about me on the show?
No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much.
The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation.
Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo?
I got a pen. I can veto that, you know.
I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it.
Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either.
That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on the 405. We've done the research. He is the long-lost brother of Flava Flav. The Stafford Boys, boy!
All right, we are back. I am your host, Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice, where we are, as you know, conservative in a world of liberal. And, you know, a little something about me is I love to read. I love to read. I've got about 8 books in the waiting to sit down. One of these days during the summer when I'm out of class and I've got a little more time to sit and dig through some new stuff. But I love to read. And right now I am always on the go. And I can't remember when the last time I could just sit down and read. It was like never. And while I don't have the time to stop and read and pick up a book, I do have, like the president and like Miss Clinton, I have a smartphone. And I've also got a tablet and a subscription to audible.com. And a couple of the ways I use it is driving into the studio or cutting the grass, raking the yard, which reminds me I got to get that done. You could be going to the bathroom. Just make sure you use your phone and not your wife's. Anyway, you can get caught up on all the great books you want to read, but just don't have time to. And if you're like me and you love to read, but you just don't have the time, get a subscription to audible.com. As a listener
to the 4-hour Polititainment hour, you get free 30 days, no strings attached. And it's a trial. Yes, it's a trial. But I guarantee you're going to love it. Because on top of the 30 days of free listening, you're going to get a free book to test it with. And since Audible is part of Amazon, there are like hundreds and thousands of all the new books to choose from. Yes, even the newest releases. So how do you get this? How do you take advantage of it? All you have to do is go to, I'm going to give you two different ways. You can go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment, and you can get signed up there. Or the easiest way to do it is go to polititainment.net, click the little Audible button, and it's going to take you right there. It is simple. It's easy. You can stay caught up on all the great new releases that are out there. So do yourself a favor. Head over to polititainment.net or audibletrial.com/Polititainment. Again, that's audibletrial.com/Polititainment. And get hooked up. You will thank us. Now, something I am not extremely thankful for is what's going on in Ferguson, Missouri right now. This stuff, I'm telling you, there literally are some people out there that are so freaking stupid, you can't even insult them. Now, I want to warn you, what you are about to hear, there are some vulgar expressions. So, if you've got young kids listening, or I just want you to be warned that what you're about to hear is a little disturbing.
Acknowledgement 9 months ago would have kept that from happening.
Oh, shit. Okay, what you just heard was actual recording of the exact moment when those two Ferguson cops, actually, neither one of them were staffed with the Ferguson Police Department. Neither one of them. However, they were from surrounding areas, but that was actual sound, actual audio from when those two cops were shot. And then you hear the ignorance that is uttered a few short seconds afterwards. Acknowledgement 9 months ago could have prevented that? Are you freaking out of your mind? Aside from the fact that our Department of Injustice, the Injustice Department, came out and said what they said in their report, that he didn't kill Mike Brown because of race. He was defending himself, and the handful of other witnesses that came out and said, I would have shot him sooner. Never mind that. Oh, but just remember, the Ferguson Police Department is racist. 88% of the stops that they had were blacks. Never mind the fact that 75 to 80% of the population in Ferguson is black. So I would say that's a pretty good representation. Yes, look, I don't agree with some of the racially motivated emails that were sent back and forth. That stuff disgusts me. I cannot stand it. I'm sick of all the racism. I'm sick of all the people that perpetuate this crap. And here in just a few seconds, I'm going to play for you something that, yes, somebody else that's so damn stupid we can't even insult. But I'm going to do my best, because this guy really pisses me off, because he was behind majority of this from day one. He wanted to fry that guy. He wanted to fry the cop. He really wanted to. I guarantee you he stayed up late at night trying to figure out how in the hell he could do it. How could he send Darren Wilson to jail? How could he do it? He lost sleep because of it. Guaranteed. The fact that a cop defended himself pissed him off, because in the middle of a street, Mike Brown just happened to be a young black man, lied dead. And without actually having all of the facts, we jumped to conclusions and proved that the cop was guilty until proven innocent. And without further ado, you know what? Let's just go ahead and get right into what this jackass had to say.
I know that all of us in the law enforcement family and all Americans are really across the country are praying for the safe recovery of those two officers. And I stand ready to offer the full investigative resources of the United States Department of Justice, the FBI, to solve this crime and to hold these perpetrators fully accountable. What happened last night was a pure ambush. This was not someone trying to bring healing to Ferguson. This was a damn punk who was trying to sow discord in an area that is trying to get its act together and trying to bring together a community that has been fractured for too long. This really disgusting and cowardly attack might have been intended to unravel any sense of progress that exists, but I hope...
You know what, Mr. Holder? You are a disgusting punk. You have done nothing but continue and perpetuate the hate and the vile against the cops. You are the epitome of the old NWA song, F the Police. Yeah, F the police. They're out there shooting innocent black kids. Never mind the fact that we have the guy on video basically throwing the store owner and stealing cigarettes. Never mind that. Don't worry about that. Look over here. It's a dead black kid in the middle of the street by a white cop. He's racist. You called these guys out and called them you called the guy that shot these two cops a punk and said that you're going to use all of your resources to bring justice? How about bringing justice to the rest of the community and saying, look, I apologize. We were wrong. We, as an administration, were wrong. Yes, there are people in your community that are racist. There are people all across America that are racist. That is an unfortunate side effect of being able to exercise free speech, as you can say and do whatever the hell you want. Yes, there are consequences, but it's part of life. It's almost as bad as the tweet that Barack Obama sent out earlier today, right around noon, where he says, quote, again, this is with the at White House on Twitter, and it's tagged with BO, not body odor, but yeah, he leaves a nasty stench for America. So we know that this is him posting it. He says, Violence against police is unacceptable. Our prayers are with the officers in Missouri. Path to justice is one all of us must travel together. Seriously, jackass? Violence against police is unacceptable. What about the violence of Mike Brown trying to rush a cop and take his gun? Maybe he wanted to shoot him. What about that kind of violence? Is that unacceptable? Oh, it's unacceptable when we actually have the crap on video and we can hear it happening. When two cops, one gets shot in the face and another one gets shot in the shoulder. Luckily, these two police officers are alive and they were able to go home to their family. They were able to see their families. Yes, it's unfortunate that Mike Brown is dead. I'm sorry for that, but it's not my responsibility to apologize for it. Yes, it sucks. It really does. The last thing I want to see is another person die. There's enough death and destruction all over the world. The last thing we need to do is it's the last thing we need. But we've caused enough political strife in the area as the unjust department. So now we want to condemn what just happened. Oh, this is bad. There were punks. You know, this community's trying to heal from the last 9 months of us being in there and saying all the stuff we said and trying to conduct an investigation and blah, blah, blah. And how about that, Mr. Holder? How about it? Is it in you? Do you have the freaking cojones to come out and say, look, you know, we were misguided in what we did in Ferguson. We were misguided. We had bad judgments. And sadly, we were clouded with thoughts of racism. Do you have the cojones to come out and say something like that? No. You would just rather hide behind Twitter and 140 characters or less and say, it's bad. We don't like it. We're going to pray for him. We need a path to justice. Unbelievable. I mean, there is some crazy stuff out there in the world, and we've got bigger problems that we should have to worry about other than this crap. I mean, we should be focused on the unraveling in the Middle East. We should be worried about what's going on with Russia and their power grab for countries and territory before good old Putin leaves office. I mean, we've got bigger problems. The last thing we need to be worried about is crap like this at home. So this week, you know, I don't know which one of these guys was too stupid to insult. I mean, yeah, we all know Holder's an idiot. I mean, just because you've got master's degrees or PhDs, it doesn't make you smart. It's application of knowledge. But and right now, unfortunately, when the community of Ferguson is trying to heal, now the community has to go out and clean up the blood of these two officers and find the killer on the loose. It's sad. I mean, they wanted, whoever did this wanted these police officers dead. If it was up to them, they would have probably tried to kill more. I mean, I would play the audio for you again, but it's sad. The whole situation is sad that 9 months later we're still trying to recover from this. When this was handled way back then. It's time to move forward. I mean, I embrace just about everybody with open arms. Even enemies. You know, life is so short. It really is. Unbelievable. It really is unbelievable that we have to continue to put up with stuff like this. I don't know what it's going to take. Somebody is going to be able to say something or do something to open these people's eyes so they can understand what they're doing, how bad they are hurting this country and these communities. Well, if you're probably taking a look at the clock, you can realize that that's all the time we've got for this week. And God willing, Stafford Voice will be right back here, wherever you're listening. You can follow me on Twitter at Stafford Voice, or you can look me up on Facebook by searching for the Stafford Voice. Please email your questions or comments to daniel@polititainment.net. Thank you so much for your time, and until next week, thanks, and God bless.
You're on the 405.
Oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama.
This here's that new hit, Michelle Obama, the floatist. This one's for the middle class. This term's my last. I got work, you see. Free community college and roads to fix in the city. Got vacation days to use up, and damn, my golf shot's pretty. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Climate change has got me on fire, man. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Teabaggers call me a liar, man. I'm too hot. Hot damn. Hope and change, you know who I am. I'm too hot. Hot damn. And the redistribution of money, check it out. Tax increase, hallelujah. Woo! Tax increase, hallelujah. Woo! Tax increase, hallelujah. Woo! Obama bunk's gonna stick it to you. Obama bunk's gonna stick it to you. Obama bunk's gonna stick it to you. My massive spending will never stop. Don't believe me, just watch. Let me be clear. I'll say it again. Republicans, don't believe me, just watch.
Hosts that are different from those that aren't so different. It's Angie. It's Paul. It's real, serious nonsense.
Hey guys, thanks for coming and listening to Real Serious Nonsense. We're here and we are kind of excited. I have to say, I really, really liked the show poster this week. Did you like it, Clay?
There was a show poster?
You know what?
There was. I don't know. I guess the show's about like prison or something. I actually know of the show. Is that something?
Well, that's an advantage on your end because you're usually like I don't know. I've never seen it. Though. Is it Seinfeld? No, I've never seen it. Then
Your poll impression is terrible.
I kind of liked it. I thought it was pretty good. Okay, I admit that it was terrible.
Where did he go, George? Where did he go?
Well, if you really talked like that, it would be fun, but we probably wouldn't be friends.
Why not? Well, if we never actually physically talked, I doubt we'd have a radio show. But I mean, we knew each other for what 2 years before we ever talked. So,
well, that's true. That's true, but that would be funny. You know, like you would be typing all the time, and I would be like, "Oh, you know, we get along so well." Blah blah blah. And then the first time we talked, and you talked like that, I would be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't really mean to call you."
After you already signed us up for a radio show.
Right. I'm sorry, we have a radio show, but I'm going to have to back out of that now because you talk like this.
I want to pet the bunny.
Oh, no. Now Politibunny's going to be like, what? Did he just say that he wanted to pet me?
No. There was a reference on another TV show last night, or maybe it was the night before, that was referenced of Mice and Men. So I think I've seen that movie once. Not the band, the book.
You watch another TV show?
Yes, let's not talk about this.
Yo, we can't talk about the TV show? Is it like how I'm ashamed of a couple of the TV shows I watch and we just don't really want to talk about it?
I'm not ashamed of it. I think it was Bates Motel. So.
Oh, see, that's a good show.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed. But I'm not ashamed of it.
Yeah, you should be ashamed of it. That's a good show. Okay. Moving on from your lack of cultural references, although Bates Motel is a good show, let's talk about our show. Transparency is the New Black. I have to tell you that I loved this because you know how the Obama administration's been yelling for like, how long have we been listening to it? 6 years now, about how they're the most transparent administration ever. And then we come to find out, like, they're doing all this stuff. Basically, all their emails are redacted, and they're deleting the Freedom of Information Act regulations. And Obama has secret Hillary has secret email servers, and she's like deleting her own, deciding what's personal and what's business. And so they're really not very transparent at all.
This would be much more interesting if transparency was the new black actually referred to like clothing. Like in the show.
Well, that would be great. That would be awesome. I did like putting Hillary's face on the orange jumpsuit. That was kind of fun. I did enjoy doing that.
Yeah, I don't want to see Hillary in a transparent outfit. I'm okay.
Gross. Who would want that? That's awful. I did like how. But it is true for them, the transparency that they have had, that they tout so much. They're so transparent. It really is about transparent as black, because you don't know anything that's going on in this administration ever. They had everything. I think that it's been very frustrating on my end as a conservative. And they just come out and say it. It's like they'll just say anything at any time and not care about it. They're like, oh, we don't like abortions. We're pro-life. And then the next minute they would, pass some kind of thing mandating abortions or something. That's how they have been. I mean, they'll just outright lie and then do the exact opposite of whatever they say. We're so transparent, but you can't see any of this.
Yeah, I think to be a Democrat, you actually have to physically perform an abortion to actually become a Democrat.
Oh, that's so not funny, but it's funny.
Well, they gotta kind of show their, down. Everything's got its initiation. Like conservatives might like trip a poor person or something, but I think Democrats actually physically have to do an abortion, or just maybe just smoke a lot of pot. I don't know, one of the two.
Did you just say that for the initiation for conservatives that we would have to trip a poor person?
I meant to say Republicans, because I don't like those guys either. But
I was gonna say I'll just trip myself then, and then
I think we're probably both pretty clumsy, so. I know I am.
Yeah. That wouldn't take very long to get initiated then in that case. That's pretty funny though. We should save that idea at some point in the future for a hashtag like initiation.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
Party.
And we better go check Twitter at the end of the show to make sure that nobody is stealing our hashtag idea.
Yeah, exactly. If you're listening right now, stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin them.
No, don't do that.
I'm scared. No, I'm going to say stop what you're doing because we're going to save that hashtag. Don't do it. Just don't even think about it.
Oh, I thought you meant stop what you're doing and go steal Pole's hashtag.
No, I'm going to tell him to not do it. But then every time I say stop what you're doing, then I start into the Humpty Dance lyrics of stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin the image and styleology. It's like I know all the lyrics. And so I kind of like stumbled into that. And so you probably thought that I was going to ruin your hashtag. But no, I'm saying don't ruin our hashtag because it's a good one. That's a good idea. We'll have to do it.
Yeah, next time there's a good college story, that would be a good hashtag to do.
Yeah, that would be. I like it. Sounds like a great plan to me. So what do you think about this whole, like, Hillary, she didn't even sign, I guess she didn't sign some kind of form she was supposed to sign or something for her.
But I think nobody else, supposedly the other people didn't sign this form. But.
Yeah.
I don't know
Isn't
how much.
That always.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
I told you to go ahead. This is a great show.
Okay.
We are awesome.
I was gonna say, it seems like to me that that's always her excuse, though. Like it's just like typical Hillary. Somebody else did it, or somebody else did it, so that makes it okay, kind of defense. But that, like, not even just Hillary. It seems like for the left in general, that is like one of their defenses. Somebody else did it, like somebody else chopped the head off of a baby, so it's okay for me to do it.
Weird. That's like the second baby we've killed tonight. Scary.
I'm so sorry. That is awful. We shouldn't be like that. We should stop that. And I should stop laughing at it when you say, like, we're killing baby jokes, and then I'm just laughing at it. That's horrible.
Yeah, that's going to be our running theme for tonight. Let's just see how many babies we can kill. Everybody there in the chat room, you guys keep a good tally for us, please.
Please at the end of the show. We'll ask how many we had. Okay.
And I'd say there's a prize, but that would be a lie.
It would be like, we're getting to like the Planned Parenthood version of killing babies at this point. We're doing it so much. It's kind of scary. I don't like it. I feel like I'm turning liberal.
Yeah, we could offer them a free book for a prize through Audible. That'd be great.
Nice. I'm impressed with that. That was impressive. It wasn't at all like your impression that I do of you. Like, I was pretty impressed with that, actually. Well, so what do you think about this whole Hillary thing in general? Like, do you think that this puts her out of the running, or you think that she's still going to just be like how her husband was and nothing's going to stick to her and it doesn't really matter because it's her fault? You know, like it's her turn, dag on it. So it doesn't matter.
I think the fact that it's coming out now probably helps her quite a bit because the attention span of America is very short, just in general. I mean, Vine is a perfect example of America has a short attention span because only a 10-second video, that's too much. Anything longer than 10 seconds is horrible.
That's true. I haven't really thought of Vine like of being the encompassing American go-to for attention span, but that's true. If it lasts much longer than that, people get bored. It's like people can't even stand to take the time to watch an entire YouTube video now. If you post something and they go to YouTube and they'll see like it says 5 minutes or something, like 5 minutes. What do you think I'm made of time? 5 minutes. Hang on.
I'm that same way. Like I if I can't scan an article and just piss poorly read it, I have no interest. Like if I go to this thing and there's a video, I'm like, I hate videos. I just want to be able to piss poorly read that, grab a few words I think are keywords. You know, because the Greatest Hits episode last week I thought was great. I love that fat woman costume thing at Walmart. That was fantastic.
Oh yeah.
So that's how I read news stories usually, or don't read them. So yeah, I mean the attention span is so short I don't know. Some of this may be still sticking around come whenever the primaries begin. What, in February? January. So, we'll see. I mean, who else do they really have? Biden.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just don't think that they have Elizabeth Warren, I guess. I mean,
she's a nut.
She is, and I always say this, like, I think, oh, that person's just, how could they get elected? They're insane. They can't happen. But I mean, we have Obama twice, so we can't really say that anymore. We can't really say, "Oh, that's insane. They'll never get elected. They're so far left." Blah blah blah. Because we have proof that they can get elected. We have Obama not just once but twice. So.
Yeah, but the hope and change stuff's not going to fly anymore because he was the outsider that was supposed to come in and make everything transparent. Oh, see, it's good tie-in. I'm surprised this actually worked. Make everything transparent. Dang, I was so proud of that. I forgot where I was going. But so I mean, anybody and Obama did a great job of painting his "hey, everybody should get some everybody else's money" message as being what the people really wanted. Hope and change this. Be very vague. I'm not sure that would fly with Warren this time. She'd have to find a new approach.
Her whole thing is she's all about the rich people are evil kind of thing, except for at the same time, like she's always railing against the banks and all that and acting like that they caused the housing collapse, which is ridiculous because I mean I guess in some ways they were complicit in it, but in reality the housing collapse, the housing bubble is a completely and totally democratic issue from top to bottom, from beginning to end, with its original inceptions starting with Jimmy Carter, with the subprime mortgages and pushing it and everything like that. So when they come in and try to act like that whole housing bubble issue was all about the banks, it kind of drives me insane.
Well,
I mean,
if they're offering free or mortgages to all these people that shouldn't have mortgages, which they did, let's say Citi, Wells Fargo, and all of them were doing it, and Bank of America refused to do it. What's going to happen to Bank of America? They're going to lose investors because they're making less in sales. So everybody's going to look at them and say, oh, we're going to take our money from Bank of America and put it in Citi because Citi's making tons of money. So the lack of saying, okay, let's give these people need to have houses. Everybody should have a house. And then we can trip them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's it. I was laughing at my bad joke.
You're laughing at Tripham at the end?
Yeah.
It took me like about 3 minutes to get it, but I just now got it. I was like, wait, Tripham, wait. Oh, I get it. That was good. It was like a joke bomb. It was like, it was kind of like one of those like IUDs. It was Planet, but it just took me a minute. I had to trip it in order for it to go off and for me to get it. I got it.
Right.
Yay.
Good.
But yeah, that does make me mad. The how all of that. I think that Elizabeth Warren is just like right in the center of that whole part of the Democratic Party that just really makes me like angry. They run around in their like Shea shirts and their stupid socks and sandals, and they scream about capitalism, but really they're only about like it's more of a crony capitalism that they're in favor of, and so they drive me nuts. But when we get back, you know what? We're going to kind of carry on a little bit of talk about Democrats in general and how insane they make me, because we're going to talk about crap, okay? And I'm not kidding. We're totally going to talk about crap when we get back. So let's go to break, and we'll be right back.
Their show is just like Red Eye. If Red Eye made absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Furious, no.
Are you currently waging war against the infidel? Dreaming of the day you can become a martyr and yet Allah Akbar with bombs strapped to your chest? Stop! You don't commit acts of terror over religious fanaticism. You commit acts of terror because you don't feel you have a chance to earn a career. Well, now you can find a career that's right for you at
jihadjobs.com.
At jihadjobs.com, you'll find dream careers like camel breeder, goat shaver, hummus chef, desert realtor, and so much more. You'll also find those careers with competitive pay and other tremendous benefits like extended bereavement time if your family member was a suicide bomber, 48 hours of maternity leave,
Not for women.
and much more. Introduce yourself to another bank besides the West Bank. Stop waging war against the USA and start contributing to your 401k. Stop raping, start reaping the rewards of an exciting career at
jihadjobs.com.
your new career is just a stone's throw away. jihadjobs.com.
Website is for men only and approved under Sharia law. All women who access the website will be stoned to death. Other restrictions apply. Consult Allah for details.
jihadjobs.com.
It is always fun to get rickrolled back into your own show. It's always fun to do that, and I'm totally not kidding. I enjoy it greatly.
This is our favorite Spanish version, by the way.
Oh, yay! From when Sid was on. I thought he was a great guest. I really enjoyed him. Welcome back to Real Serious Nonsense. We're glad that you stayed with us through the break, and those of you who left, you totally suck, and you should not leave. There you go.
Yeah, I think we lost like half the chat room like in the last 5 minutes. I think it was the crap tease that totally.
The crap tease. Maybe I should learn that telling people when we come back we're going to talk about crap might not be the best way to keep people in the chat room.
You know what we should do is actually, since we can kind of predict that the chat room is going to drop by half after the first 15 to 20 minutes, because it always does, we can actually like just make a commercial about it. That way we don't always have to like mention it and it would kind of cover, because I think we can like predict the future and know that half the chat room is going to leave if we needed to. Right?
I agree. I think that's a great plan. You should get on that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll do that.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's talk about the story, which I think is hilarious. I'm just going to refer to it as the poop plane because, like, what else are you going to call it? But there was this plane, okay? It took off. It's British Airways. They were going to Dubai. I have a hard time pronouncing that one.
Are you? It was British Airways? Really?
Yes.
It wasn't Jet. It wasn't Jet Poo.
It wasn't.
Couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
I like it. This story, if we've ever had a story that is up our alley, it's this one. It's bathroom humor up from front to back of the airplane, apparently.
But we don't do bathroom. We don't really do when have we ever done bathroom humor other than maybe referencing an Occupy Wall Street police car? Have we ever done bathroom?
I don't think so, but it just seems like we should because we are like.
Because the show's in the toilet. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. Because the show's in the toilet. I like it. That's great. But okay, all right. So the airplane takes off. This isn't just like a little, like, it's not a tiny little, it's a 747, okay? This is a commercial flight, British Airways airline, okay? They had to turn around to go back to Heathrow because they said the smelly poo in the toilet became unbearable for passengers. Okay? Somebody pooped on this airplane and it was so bad. It was so bad that the captain decided they're 30 minutes in the flight, okay? 30 minutes in. They decided it's so bad that they had to turn around and go back rather than continue their flight. It's like, I guess probably a 7-hour flight, something like that. They decided that there wasn't enough Febreze, there wasn't enough anything to handle this. They had to turn around and go back.
Who is they had to go person? Back? Why didn't they like make an emergency landing?
They had to turn around and go back. The pilot announced that the flight had to be aborted. They said we're unable to prevent the pungent odor from emanating. Rather than continue, it's a 7-hour flight. turn around and go back. And I don't know, I can't decide for this poor person who pooped. Like, I can't.
Maybe they should see a doctor. Is there a GoFundMe for this guy?
They haven't made public who the person is, but I'm saying, like, it must be a woman, because a woman's going to be mortified and embarrassed. If this is a guy, you know that he's, like, out there on Twitter and everything else saying, dude, I stunk up the bathroom so bad. They had to pull this. I took down an airplane with how bad that I laid it down. You know, if it's a guy, you know he's out there doing that. It must be a woman, and she must have been very sick, because they're just like in hiding. They're not saying anything about who this person is or anything like that. But you know, if it was a guy, they would be out there and carrying on. You know it. They would be like, let's make a nursery rhyme about it.
I think it's sexist that you pigeonhole us all.
I'm talking.
I wouldn't do that.
All right. I'll just be sexist about it. I don't care. I know that most guys, 90% of you are going to just be like so proud of that. You're going to be like, this is the one for the history books. We need to make up nursery rhymes so that little kids know about it for years to come, about the person who pooped and it stunk so bad they took an airplane down. Like, you know it. Most boys will be all about that. They'll be like, I'm so proud of this. Look at me.
There was an old woman who flew on jet poo. She ate so many burritos she didn't know what to do. I wish I knew how the rest of that went.
So we turned the plane around because they made a big stink. Would that work? That would be great. I don't know. We've just made it into a haiku at the end, but there had to be something about the smell in there. I'm so proud of that story. I'm sorry. I saw that story and I was like, we have to talk about this. I think I sent it to you in all caps, and you're like, no way, we're not going to talk about it because you said it in all caps.
Yeah, you did say it in all caps. This is the thing you've been most excited about since Spy Dolphins. So you know what's going to go in the new promo? Spy Dolphins is totally coming out. It's going to be you going on about poop.
I love the Spy Dolphins, though. The Spy Dolphins are really cute and cool. But you had to admit somebody pooping, and it's so bad that they bring down an airplane, a 747. That is a pretty, like, I can't believe that this story did not make more of the rounds.
So maybe this is an ISIS plot. I think that maybe this is ISIS's new deal to take down airplanes.
Oh.
I wonder what they eat to make them their own, like, ticking time bomb.
I'm betting they're gluten free. I bet you anything they're.
Are babies gluten free?
No, only if their mom is, because I guess, whatever she eats, it's in their milk. So, but come to think of it, babies do make some horrible smelling creations, don't they? They're awful. Okay, speaking of things that stink, we are going to continue with that when we get back, but it's not going to be so much of something that stinks. It's going to be a little bit different. So please stay. Don't lose half of the chat room again this time, just because we're going to talk about something that I acted like is going to stink. The topic itself doesn't stink. Okay? So just stick around and we'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome to Miss Taliban 2015. I'm John, and tonight I am joined with my co-host Steven. How are you?
I'm good, John, and I'm super excited to host Miss Taliban 2015 with you.
You know, Steven, I can't remember the last time I saw so many beautiful women.
So true, and it looks like tonight's theme is black. Not everyone can pull off the burqa like this group of contestants. John, what do you say we send it down to the stage to hear from some of our ladies?
I thought you'd never ask. Let's send it down to Michael for our question and answer portion. Steven, John, thank you so much. I've got contestant A with me, and your question for tonight is, with the recent passing of the Saudi king, how do you think it will impact the region? Thank you, contestant A. Contestant B, your question is, what are your thoughts on the new burqa standards? Great answer, contestant B. Our final contestant of the night, contestant C. What is your recent reaction to the recent State of the Union speech by President Obama? Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. John, Stephen, back to you. Thank you, Michael. Stephen, the judges have got their work cut out for themselves tonight.
You couldn't be any more correct. They really had their hands full during the swimsuit part of the competition. I don't know about you, but I know I've got my eyes on.
Well, it looks like our judges have tallied up their scores, and we are just about ready to announce the winner of Miss Taliban 2015.
You know, usually the previous winner will crown the next, but Miss Taliban 2014 was stoned to death for showing too much of her eyes. With that, let's find out who won, shall we?
It is with our distinct honor that this year's Miss Taliban 2015 is contestant C. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Miss Taliban 2015.
Breaking news.
This just in, Miss Taliban 2015 has been announced. However, there was so much excitement that it set off her suicide vest.
The name is Dolphin. Spy Dolphin. And I'd like my humor shaken, not stirred.
Real serious nonsense.
Welcome back to Real Serious Nonsense. That was, in case you guys didn't know, in that commercial with Miss Taliban, that's the wonderful Daniel Stafford who comes on right after us. He's fabulous. If you don't follow him already, you need to. On Twitter, it's at Stafford Voice, and he's really funny. He's a great guy. Really enjoy his show. He's a lot more informative than we are, and a lot more talented. But he has some great impressions. I'm really, if you haven't caught him yet, you need to catch him. Catch him on the podcast, whatever you can do.
Story?
I doubt it.
We need to go and dig through the Polititainment archives and find out.
I doubt that there's any other podcast on any kind of station at all that said, "Hey, it's the poop plane. Let's cover that. That's a great story." I just don't see it happening.
I bet Soup. That sounds like something that Soup or Matt would probably bring it up.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why I like him so much. I just really enjoy his show, and maybe that's why, because they would probably talk about a poop plane, and it would be fun.
And since we're on at the same time, we won't know until later if they actually covered this story. So
yeah, because I know I don't listen to him until Friday nights, and if you guys are listening to him instead of us, I'm totally okay with that, but you still need to catch the podcast for us later, and you can catch it on Polititainment.net. Catch our podcast if you're listening to Super right now, and if you're listening to us, catch his podcast later on, okay? Because he's really good. He's funny. I like him. Let's talk about some more stuff that stinks instead of stuff that's really good, okay? Are you ready?
As ready as I'm ever going to be.
Okay, so this week, Facebook came up and they decided they're going to clarify their policy on nudity and hate speech and like just community standards in general. And basically what they're saying is they remove content that expresses support for groups that are involved in violent, criminal, or hateful behavior, supporting or praising leaders of those organizations or condoning violent activities. But they kind of don't go into exactly what organizations. They kind of say like organizations like ISIS and they just say dangerous terrorist organizations or criminal activity or promoting hate against people based on what is their hate speech definition. So what I'm thinking is they're just kind of making it possible. What I'm thinking is pretty soon, especially because of our show posters, that our show page is probably going to fall under like hate speech as far as Facebook is concerned. They're not being very transparent. They're being kind of vague so that they can kind of still, you know how they are. They're very weird about some of their policies, and they tried to clarify it, and I think that they did clarify some things. And I mean, I think that's fine. They're a private organization. They can do what they want to. It's not like people have a right to a Facebook page, you know? It's not like a civil liberty or anything.
Isn't it?
No, not to a Facebook page. Like, I mean, that's just like something, they're a business. They're a private company. They can do what they want. I'm not like complaining about that. I just think that it's weird because I have seen, especially, you know, within certain circles of people, you know, how they get upset about the fake names supposedly, but I've seen a lot of conservatives get hit with the fake name rule and their pages taken down and stuff like that, where I've seen other people just go slide by for years and years that don't have a single word said to them about anything. So I don't know exactly how all their policies work, but it just seems a little bit, you know, it seems a little bit iffy to me, if you ask me. I just think it's Facebook being Facebook. But
There's
even
a non-baby
stinkier
killing reference. I've actually seen people like post pictures of babies, you know, like babies first come out and they're not wearing clothes, they're naked. I know people knew
They
that or
were
not.
very specific. They were very specific about that part. They said they would still allow like pictures of breastfeeding babies and, you know, babies in general, as long as they could tell that it wasn't pornography and things like that. They were pretty specific. I thought they did a good job about narrowing that part down more about the nudity and things like that.
I've seen people report those pictures before and have them.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it was just because it's the algorithm or not, but I've actually seen like people on Facebook complaining about that. I hate Facebook.
Facebook annoys me, really. The only reason I use Facebook at all is to keep up with my family that lives in another state and to talk to you, like that chat thing. That's about it. That's all I use Facebook for. And that's really about the only thing I do on Facebook.
I post on Facebook
I'm horrible.
like once a month. Literally once.
Yeah, I'm really bad at it. Like, I mean, I update our Real Serious Nonsense page with like what the show's about, and I'll put on Polititainment articles on that page, and I'll sometimes like share them onto my, you know, Facebook for this. But I don't really use Facebook like you should. I don't use it very well. I'm kind of bad at it. I guess it's more than 140 characters, and my brain doesn't work that way. I don't know.
Maybe they should change some other regulations, like maybe they should narrow down their gender choices, or maybe they should put rules on people changing their relationship status every 2 or 3 hours. Because I mean that's the worst. I really hate that. I think I've mentioned that on the show before. There's just like this one person that I've known, and they're always like, one day everything's just peachy, and then the next day it's off. This person's horrible.
Whoever that person is, you've talked about them, like probably this is about the second or third time on the show that you talked about them. And they're going to be like, "That hey, he's talking about me." You're going to run into him at some point, and they're going to be like, "You should stop talking about me on your show."
Well, thankfully I'm anonymous, so I doubt they're listening to this show.
Oh, that's good.
I think there is actually like a 15-year. I seen on Facebook last week that there's going to be a 15-year high school reunion. I'm not sure if I'm going to go because I don't like people from high school, except for like 2 people. So, but
really?
I might go.
High school was weird for me. High school for me was almost exactly like how Twitter is. Like, I had friends who were really popular, and then I had friends who were like nobody.
That's me. Like, if we were in high school, I would be that total nobody.
And so I was just kind of like in the middle, and most people seemed to like me, but they weren't really sure what to think of me because I have some sort of like superpower of being able to say really sarcastic things and people think that I'm being nice or something about it. So, and that's pretty much how I was in high school too. So
I would say it's
it
the
was
southern
like,
twang, but that's probably pretty predominant where you're from. I'm sure they all
yeah, but everybody has the same accent. It's like a small town.
God.
I'm related to half of them.
This,
I think
this
there
is
was
horrible.
there was like 90 people in our graduating class. No kidding. I was really small town. So everybody knew everybody. And I was probably related to like at least 50% of them. So they all talked just like me.
And you probably dated about 25% of them, right?
No, I hardly dated anybody. I only dated like maybe 2 people before I started dating my husband.
Oh, well, I was trying to somehow tie that into the people being related, being from that area around the mountains there. Because just on the other side of just on the other side of that mountain range, they're infamous for inbreeding. I'm just saying.
But I didn't grow up being in Deliverance. We're not sitting out on the porch with banjos and stuff. I mean,
takes you back, doesn't it?
That made me feel awful. That made me feel bad. Reminds me. Oh, speaking of Facebook and feelings, they have a petition. There's people. This is how sensitive people have gotten. It's insane. There is a petition out to urge Facebook to eliminate the feeling fat status.
Oh.
Can you believe this?
It offends fat people. I don't blame them because, I mean, if you're saying you're feeling fat, it's like saying it's bad to feel fat, right? It's hurting people's feelings. And we should really start caring more about the way people feel inside.
This is insane.
I've had a strange
There
day
are
today.
60,000 people who have signed this thing. 16,000 people have signed this. Why?
16,000 people. I bet that's like a combined 325,000 pounds.
Oh, jeez.
Actually, that might make them thin. I'm sorry. That may be bad.
Say, I don't know. I can't do the math. Let me pull up my calculator.
That's about 200. That's about an average of 210 pounds a person. Do the math. 210 pounds a person. That's if they're all short. They're probably all short.
Oh, are you going to get into a short person thing here?
No. It's not that. They're 210 pounds and like 5'2". That's not a good ratio.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. First of all, you're already giving them 2 inches taller than me. Okay. So you're letting them be 2 inches taller than me already, and you're making short, fat people jokes. This is not good. This is not going to go good for you. I can see it's headed down a bad path. The feeling fat status is going to be your undoing. I can feel it. There's got to be other people who like me have felt fat before, even if you're not fat. It's really not that bad a thing. Come on. I feel fat. It's just like saying, you don't see people getting all upset about I feel sad and you might have suffered from depression. You don't see that happening. Do you?
I guess they're too depressed. They're not motivated enough to sign a petition.
Oh, good grief.
Somebody get these people some medication so their voices can be heard. Where's Obamacare?
Oh, jeez. Hey, voices being heard. Did you see this dude? There's a dude that went into McDonald's. He's upset about racist Happy Meals. Did you know Happy Meals could be racist?
Yes.
You did?
I did know that.
I had no idea.
I'm trying to think of why. It's been a long time since I've seen a Happy Meal.
Well, a Happy Meal, it usually has the French fries and either chicken nuggets or the hamburger, and then has the drink and a toy. Well, this dude came in. He's really upset. He's 34 years old, and this is in Iowa. Okay, he comes in.
His first mistake.
Is that my first mistake?
That's his first mistake. He's from Iowa.
Oh, you said my first mistake. I'm like, did I make a mistake? I didn't know. What was my mistake? I'm so used to making mistakes that I was just going to readily accept that I made one. But he enters the restaurant. He wants to know what is the price of some water. Okay, so he's going to be calm. I just want some water, right? He gets some water. Who bought it, and his friend bought a sandwich. They left. They come back. He comes back and says that there was a bite taken out of the sandwich. That part right there makes me laugh because I used to work at McDonald's, and I can tell you, if you've been working there for more than like a week, you're not taking a bite out of the sandwich. You're not going to
say that, and I've never worked there. I knew that.
Yeah, you're just not going to do it. I worked there. I worked at the drive-thru all through high school. You're not going to bite the sandwich. You're like, no, we're not going to eat this food that we've been making. There's not going to happen. So anyway, but he came back. He's upset. He says somebody took a bite out of the sandwich. They gave him a refund. And then he went into this big tirade saying that the Happy Meals are racist because they don't have any characters with dark skin. He threatened to jump over the counter and fight people. He kept calling somebody a Mexican. And he said, I'm going to have to show you what Mayweather is going to do, Paquico, or something like that. I can't even pronounce what this word is that he's calling people. Pacquiao, there you go. And then he called the manager white trash, and he kept calling some other dude Sanchez, okay? So he's saying that things are racist, and that's what he's calling people, white trash, Sanchez, and that other word I can't even pronounce. It's probably some kind of horrible curse word you got me to say on air, and I feel bad about it.
Pacquiao?
But anyway.
It's a boxer.
Oh, okay.
That's
what does
why
that
you don't
even
know how to
mean?
say it. It's a name. It's a boxer.
It's a boxer?
It's Mayweather versus Pacquiao or something. There was a big fight last week.
Oh, okay. See, I totally didn't get that reference because I don't watch sports.
I don't watch sports either. Well, I do watch sports, but not boxing. Boxing's like something that like 80-year-old people watch in their underwear.
Boxing would be closer to the kind of thing. I watch UFC sometimes, but
yeah,
I don't.
Boxing. I watched boxing a few times until I actually seen UFC. I'm like, wow, this is so much better. Because boxing, it's just, I don't know. I don't think anybody ever gets knocked out anymore. I don't know.
I don't know. I've never watched boxing ever, so I couldn't tell you if anybody gets knocked out or not. But what is the deal with this dude? He's gone insane. It's really bad.
So what does it say in the article? Because I think I sent you the article, but I didn't actually read it. I just read the headline. I said, hey, look at this article. Does it say what kind of toys were in the Happy Meal? Because like if it was like...
It didn't say what the toy was. It just said that he said there was no dark skin ones. But he
didn't even buy a Happy Meal, right? He didn't buy a Happy Meal.
He didn't even buy a Happy Meal. He just bought a sandwich. He said in a water. A sandwich and some water. So he's nuts. He's just like they've gone insane. And this whole thing, okay. The whole mentality that people have now about this whole race thing, it's like spurred the Starbucks issues and everything. Like, what is wrong with people? Now Starbucks wants us to talk about like race when we're getting our coffee. You know, they're just like, hey, our baristas are going to write hashtags on your cups or some kind of word to get y'all start talking about race. And like, that's exactly my thoughts, is that people like this dude at the McDonald's are coming in and they're going to see that and go just like on a tirade and start calling people white trash and Sanchez and whatever else.
Who wants to talk about race? Nobody wants to talk about it. Like, I don't want to talk about it. It's kind of like there are some problems. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. But why would you want to talk? Usually you go somewhere you want to feel good, you want to smile. You don't want to go to Starbucks and hear about how horrible they have it over there in the urban areas of whatever town you're in. I mean, really? Do we need to just constantly be reminded about the poor? Do we need to keep talking about Mike Brown and what kind of swishers he'd be smoking if he were still alive? Come on.
That would be if racist Happy Meal toys really existed. It would be like a Mike Brown toy in there, like this is like a Mike Brown toy, and they would have like where his hands couldn't come up, so he couldn't say like hands up, don't shoot. It would be like his hands were stuck down by his sides. That would be a racist Happy Meal toy. Come on, that would be racist.
Yeah, I think that if I worked at Starbucks, I'd be so fired because what I would do is I'd actually I don't know any CEO really other than like Tim Cook, right? That's the Apple guy, I think. Tim Cook. So that's probably the only CEO I know. But I would do so much research on just like rich black people. And anytime somebody wanted me to talk about race, like, hey, did you hear that this new guy? I know that because we talked about that before, that there's a black CEO of JCPenney. So I would be talking about that guy. Look how well this guy's doing for himself, right? That's what I would talk about.
Yeah, we have talked about that.
Yeah. So
exactly. And if we're going to talk about race, like, I'm not going to choose to do it in a Starbucks when everybody's like on their way to work. That's a serious conversation. If you're going to have it, you need to have it correctly with the right people in the right place, not at Starbucks with some person that you don't even know. It's crazy. Okay.
Do you want whipped cream with your coffee? Would you like a side of white guilt? Just asking.
Exactly. Which leads us into our hashtag. We did this just yesterday, racist Starbucks menu items. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll just hop right into the hashtag, okay? We'll be right back.
And now, according to me and Polititainment present the State of the Union in 100 seconds.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans. Free stuff. Free stuff. We've created 12 million jobs in the last 12 days. Free stuff and free college. Free stuff, equal pay for women. Free stuff, I'm going to have Joe Biden do things. And free stuff. We've got crumbling roads and bridges I still haven't fixed yet. Let's see, more free stuff. Climate change. Free stuff, let's work together. Because that's what Americans want us to do. In the interest of bipartisanship, I'll veto everything Congress proposes. More taxes for more free stuff. And I'll end with this. Free stuff. God bless you. And may God bless this great country with love. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's all, folks.
Having a hard time with male potency? Well, I don't, and I'm Bob Dole. What's wrong with you? Christ, I'm Bob Dole, and I can get it up.
It's hit the B square. It's hit the B square. It's hit the B square.
Welcome back. It's Real Serious Nonsense. I like that song too, Hip to Be Square. I think it kind of fits us. We're both like slightly nerdy. I think that it works for us.
I'm not nerdy at all.
You really don't think that you're nerdy?
No, I'm not. I don't watch Doctor Who.
Well, no, you're a different kind of nerd. Hey, Doctor Who is really good. That's a really good show. Don't knock Doctor Who. By the way, I'm very proud of being nerdy. I'm like that kind of nerd. I do watch Doctor Who, and I really like the superhero movies, but I don't go as far as like being able to collect the comic books and say in comic book number 186 this happened, and being able to name like all the planets and all that stuff. Like I can't go quite that far unless it's Harry Potter. I might be able to help you out with some of that, but not to the extent of some people. I'm just like surface nerdy, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But speaking of how un-nerdy I am, like I have no idea what a bracket is hardly, but
That's
Jason...
that thing Obama fills out all the time.
Yeah, that's really the only thing I know about it. So explain to everybody what Jason did. He did something pretty cool with a bracket. Like I understood it because it's like a competition between things that I understand.
Right. So he basically made, and I guess this is kind of a tie into the Bunny Show thing, he's doing a golden douche bracket. So there's, I think, 32 entries. I'm not sure how many he put in there exactly, but there's a mix. Of course, there's Obama, but there's also people who wear socks with sandals. So what you guys get a chance to do is choose who, this is March Madness Polititainment style. right? So we're trying to find out who the most douchey person is, who gets the Golden Douche Award for this year. So you guys, I know you guys get to send Bunny your nominations, but here you get to vote. So we're very democratic here, and that's what we're doing. So make sure you check that out on Polititainment.net. I'm not sure how often we're going to go through each round because I think that we got to find a way to wrap it up before March Madness, and it kind of just came to him like a day ago, and he's been working very hard to get it up and ready for this week. So
that's exciting. So make sure you go check that out because it was cool. I was like, ooh, even I understand this. It was pretty cool. So I thought that was neat. But let's get straight into our hashtag before we run out of time. I can't believe that we actually talked about poopy planes and racist Happy Meals for that long, but we did. And so now let's talk about racist Starbucks menu items. My first one is Patriot Musket. He's fabulous, by the way. And his is Ferguson Frappe.
Ferguson Frappe. How's that racist?
Because if you say the word Ferguson and you're white, you're automatically racist. Do you not understand that?
No, I don't. It doesn't make sense. I mean, Ferguson, it's a place. How is a place racist?
Because that's where the whole Mike Brown riot stuff happened. And you're not even allowed to say it if you're not a person of color.
That.
Oh, jeez. Jeez.
Oh, all right. Let's see. What do I have here? My. Just by the way, WordPress hates me today. So, like, my tweets all disappeared. So I'm trying to go find them again. So if I get the person wrong for this, but I believe this one is Beaker O'Donovan. White chocolate supremacy latte.
Oh, that's good. I like that one too. Yeah, he's good.
No, actually, no, that wasn't Beaker. I'm sorry. That was Sergeant John Flashpoint.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He tagged Beaker in it for some reason. I'm sorry, but yeah, that was
okay.
That was him.
Sergeant John's good too. He is a contributor over at Polititainment.net. He writes some cool stuff. You guys should check him out over there too. Okay, next one is
he did write an article. Real quick, he did write an article about Netanyahu winning 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Kudos. So go check that out. Polititainment. It was posted on Tuesday.
Okay, my next one is Rusty Shackelford. Anything over $5 because clearly only privileged people can afford to pay that much. I love that.
All right. Okay. Rock in the USSA. Hold on. Maybe it'll load this time because I think it was a picture and now I can't see the picture because I'm looking at web code. All right. It disappeared. Where did it go?
Okay, I'll go to mine. You can look for yours. Queen Gost is ISIS coffee. ISIS. Because it's really misunderstood.
That's pretty clever.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to do 5. So since you have 6, right? So we skipped me, so we don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Rock in the USSA. I don't always drink at Starbucks. It's got the picture of the Dos Equis guy, which is the only reason I picked it because I like him. In fact, I never drink at Starbucks, but if I did, I'd sit down, chat about race, and stir up trouble just like Starbucks, Obama, Holder, and Sharpton. It's kind of wordy, but I like it.
Yes, I like it too. Okay, this one is Johnny Say Hey. He's Johnny B. If you see him on Twitter, he's actually a pretty funny guy. Racist Starbucks menu items. Straight white guilt milk. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, that's
Did you
pretty
not
good. Sorry.
find that?
I'm still scrolling around trying to find my tweets. All right, Andy Lewis. Starbucks is an acronym. Strategically talking about race because unorthodox convictions keep surfacing. I thought that was pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
An acronym, it means that they can put letters for like other things. Letters.
Oh, really? Is that what acronym means? I didn't understand that.
I didn't think so.
Okay. My next one is at Founders Girl, and she says, well, and then she has the little face where people look like, like that. But it has a picture from Starbucks' actual like menu or like website, and it says talking about their espresso roast, and she has highlighted our master roasters coax beans along, the heat taking them deep in the dark. It's like very funny. It's like talking about the master roasters making the beans do things. It's funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I love that one. I think she should win. I'm calling it now.
All right. I'm okay with that, but I still have one more. You have one more?
Sarah, you win. I have two more, actually.
Okay.
The Batriarchy. Black Lives Macchiato.
That's pretty good. I like that. Okay, I love this one. And if Sarah doesn't win, then I'm voting for this one. This is Mr. Bunny Lamakins. I don't know how to pronounce it, but he's that little bunny. And he's kind of mean looking on Twitter, but he's a nice bunny. But it's Vanilla Ice Rappuccino. Imitation Cappuccino wannabe. Vanilla Ice Rappuccino. That's hilarious. I love it. Okay. You obviously did not find that as funny as I did. I found it hilarious. I loved it. Are you there?
Sorry, I muted myself. Yes, I did like that. I did find that funny. And I did laugh. But I was trying to find my tweet still, so I muted myself because there's been a lot of clicking. Jay Bailey's mom. Last one I got. Skinny Race Bear.
Okay.
Skinny Race Bear.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. That was pretty good. I like that pretty good.
Cool.
Hey, and look at that. We are actually pretty much out of time. You want to tell everybody how to find you?
Pointless Poll on Twitter. Not that I have tweeted in like 2 weeks. I apologize. I'll try to do better.
You are just like slack. I thought I was slack on Twitter. You are beyond slack. You are like reaching levels of really bad.
You do hear the music playing, right? That means we're out of time.
Yes. Okay. Well, you can find me on Twitter at @artist_Angie.
Okay.
And we don't care about Facebook. Catch you later.
Off the Grid.
And he's also the only person I've ever seen that could write, "My dog just rolled over" on Facebook and get like 62 likes.
I'm also, just a correction, I'm the best looking person in social media, too.
Off the Grid with Matt Hochman and Beckett Adams.
You have men in the United States Army running for cover and hoping the police show up.
You know, the base is a soft target that's filled with brave Americans, but they got their hands tied.
I'm sure the jihadists completely consider it a soft target. It's like a shopping mall, or like you said, a school. It's probably worse than a shopping mall, because at least here in Arizona, you're allowed to carry.
In several of these shootings, Jared Lautner in Arizona, the Sandy Hook shooting, a number of these shootings always involve somebody who was desperately unhealthy in the head, but for some reason, the argument always turns into, get away from my gun. What can we do to maybe help people like this?
New day, same time. Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Only on the 405media.com.
You're on the 405.
One shot, baby, there you go again. 2 shots and I think you know again. 3 shots coming.
And welcome to Unapologetically Bunny. I am your host, Tits McGee. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm your host, the Bunny, and welcome to Unapologetically Bunny. We are live here on the 405. It's Thursday night, and March Madness is going strong, you know. I got suckered into doing a bracket this year. Thank you, Sean Hannity's hair. I wasn't going to do one because, let's be honest, I'm totally biased this year because my Wyoming Pokes made it. Sure, they're a 12 seed, even though they won the Mountain West Championship. East Coast biased bastards, but they're in there. So I really shouldn't have done a bracket because I could not pick without caring. You know, that's the whole point. That's how you win these things, is you don't care about the teams involved. And typically, I don't care. Hello, Duke. I'm talking about you. Kentucky. Woo-ha. Ooh, look, Wisconsin. Actually, I like Wisconsin. But you know what? Here's the point. You guys who make it all the time, yeah, I'm sure this isn't a big deal to you. Wyoming, big deal to us. Big deal to us. And, you know, I'm watching. I do my bracket. Freaking Iowa State. Bam. UCLA wins. I mean, I'm just host. So you know what? I'm going to try and enjoy March Madness. I'm going to laugh at my bracket, even though I know Sean Hannity's hair is going to give me a really hard time because I'm not winning. But he will pay dearly for his indiscretion, I will tell you that. Yeah, so we're here. We're here live doing radio when there's great basketball on. I would encourage you to mute your basketball and listen to the bunny for an hour. But hey, I'm glad you're here with us. And we have a lot to talk about because it has been a busy week in the media. You know, and we have to say thank you to the media for giving us things to laugh at. You know, we have the whole Starbucks thing. We have Bibi winning an election, even though Obama tried really hard to stop that from happening. We have Ashley Judd suing Twitter trolls. We have a lot of cool stuff to talk about. But I really want to get started talking about censorship. Censorship. You know, this is something I can't believe we're talking about in 2015, people. Censorship. A couple weeks ago, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, I had Daddy Warpig and Ashley Phoenix on the show to talk about Gamergate because I know a lot of us were not familiar with what was going on and what was the meaning behind it. And what it really boiled down to was censorship. You know, the gamers are being censored by social justice hyenas. And it's all about what they want them to see and hear and play and think and do. And Daddy Warpig said something very smart. He said, it's not going to just stop here. You know, because a lot of people are like, well, I don't play video games. What do you do? And they go on their merry way. Well, now it's spread to comic books. And he said that would be where they go next. It's like he's psychic or something, right? He's wise. But he was talking about censorship in general. And this past week, Cameron Stewart, who is, apparently he's a social justice warrior himself, but he is a writer for Batgirl Comics, and he wrote a story, and there was a cover, a fantastic cover, by the way, guys, that he found disturbing. And so he censored this cover. Yeah, comic books, folks. And, you know, the interesting part of it is that the Joker is in the storyline. And if you know anything about Batgirl or Batman or the Joker, the man is disturbed. I mean, that's the whole point. He's nuts. And the cover that was done is brilliant. It is the Joker holding Batgirl, and he's drawn a smile in blood on her face, and he has a gun. Oh my God. Violence against women, blood and a gun. We must censor that, right? This makes me insane. And I don't want to get too far into Cameron because he did make the douchebag list, but here's the thing. I am a comic book dork. I love them. I own that. My husband has collected comics for years. He got me involved. We collect Golden Age and Silver Age. I love old Wonder Woman comics. You know, there's a lot of things about comics that broke through barriers and created new ideas. You know, the whole bondage thing. With comics, you never had a doubt who the bad guys were. They were bad. You know, if you look at Human Torch, it's Nazis and it's the Japs and it's bad people doing horrible things to women and men because they were villains. You know, the comic code came in the 50s and they said, hey, knock that shit off. Don't show any more decapitated bodies on covers because, you know, fine, whatever. But comics have never been really known for being happy and friendly. I mean, if you want to go read a Porky Pig comic or, you know, look at something Disney, knock yourself out. But a lot of us read comics because they break through and they make you think. They do something different. I mean, Wonder Woman comics from the 70s, there are covers of Wonder Woman shackled with men with axes. I mean, this is what they were doing. They were making a statement about women being strong. I mean, here's the thing. Wonder Woman gets shackled, but Wonder Woman gets out, and Wonder Woman kicks ass because women are strong. Not like these hyenas who are like, oh, don't show Batgirl in trouble. Oh, no, the Joker has a gun and he's going to hurt her. That's the point. That's why he's a villain. He's a bad guy. He does horrible shit. That's why we don't like him. That's why it's great stories. So here I'm scared, guys. You know, I'm not a gamer. I'll kill zombies with my husband occasionally in Call of Duty because I like to shoot dead things. Fine. But overall, I'm really not a gamer. But I do like comic books. And I respect where they've come from. And to see a writer saying, oh, a cover disturbed him, and he doesn't want it to be disturbing, that gives me pause. You know, this is America. This is a country where we're supposed to piss people off. I mean, that's somewhere in the Declaration of Independence. You have the right to piss people off because that is inherent of freedom of speech. I shouldn't be afraid to say what I want to say because someone might censor me. And that's one of the reasons I think we do internet radio is because we don't want to be censored. We want to say what needs to be said, even though it might not be popular with social justice hyenas. And I'm sorry, I'm not calling those assholes warriors. That's ridiculous. They are not warriors. They are whiners. I know, social justice whiners. That's what we'll start calling them. Because this really irritates me. The notion that a group of people who obviously have really thin skin get to go in and tell people what to say, what to think, what to do, what to believe, really pisses me off. It's kind of like this whole Starbucks thing. Oh, and I have to tell you the Starbucks thing. Okay. So yesterday, my office, we have a bunch of Starbucks cups in our office because I don't remember why, but it's a big joke. And so I wrote "Bite Me" on the cup in honor of their whole race together thing. And most people realized that was a joke. You know, and I said, hey, is this what we're supposed to write? And it was all funny. Well, today, after talking to my husband about it, who thought it was really funny, by the way, he's like, you really should put cracker on the cup. You should really put #cracker. And we laughed, and I'm like, yeah, that's going to be really funny. So I go to work, and I do this, and I take my picture, and people think it's real. Now, some people really laugh their asses off because they get that it's a joke. The tweet has a wink on it, and it's not like it really happened. But a lot of people asked me, and they said, Bunny. First of all, they were pissed that I went to Starbucks to begin with, which was really funny because I don't. But the second thing was, I would call that manager, and I would raise hell, and I'm just like, oh my God, where have we come as a country where you see a cup with the word cracker on it and you think that might have really happened? And it really made me think. Of course, it was really funny, and I'm always thinking I'm funny, so I'm giggling at myself. But I'm thinking to myself, too, at the same time, holy shit, this is feasible. This could actually happen. And that is the bizarre place we are in this country. Besides the fact that Starbucks sucks as coffee and it's overpriced and they think they should tell us what we feel and think, we actually believe that someone would be ballsy enough on that side of the issue where they are telling everybody who's white that they are racist, that they would feel okay writing the word cracker on a coffee cup. Wow. Of course, I gave my husband a bunch of crap, and I'm like, that's the last time I listened to you about any tweet. And he's like, why'd you listen to me? That's stupid. I still drink Kool-Aid and pizza. I mean, it was really a good conversation for us because we laughed, but the ridiculousness of it not being a joke to other people, that's what made me think. And I actually tweeted earlier, I said, that moment when you realize your joke has become a sad commentary on race relations in this country. We're in trouble. And it's one of those things where, okay, Starbucks says, we have this great idea. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in this room.
Welcome to Voices
guys,
of Global Freedom Radio. We are broadcasting from San Diego, California.
Race. Oh, yeah. It's not like we make them wait for 20 minutes to get coffee anyway. Let's really piss customers off. Let's talk about race. I can't imagine who thought this was a good idea. Well, actually, I can imagine because he's a douchebag and he made the top 10 list. And the one was it the vice president of marketing or somebody or development or whoever did this deactivated his Twitter account because he didn't want to deal with the hate. Now, what does that tell you, Mr. Senior Vice President? What does that tell you, Starbucks? That tells you leave your customers alone. That tells you let them buy coffee and shut up. Because they don't want to talk about race relations with some barista who's probably in college, taking a class in underwater basket weaving. I mean, let's be realistic about what you do at Starbucks. You walk in, you order a coffee, you get confused about tall, grande, venti, trenti, whatever the hell it is, and then you wave your coffee and you try to get the hell out of there. Who wants to talk about race with those people? Hey, how's it going? Hey, you racist? No, good, here's your coffee. That's it. Merry Christmas, be done with it. Why would you think that's appropriate? So, it all ties together. We have comic book writers worried about disturbing people. I told him to go write frickin' greeting cards. If you cannot accept what comics are about, it is not about being happy little rainbows and sunshine and rabbit turds. It's about challenging issues and telling stories. That's it. But, we're at a point where we have people writing comics who are worried about offending people, and we have coffee shops who want to make sure that you are, you're a racist, and let's talk about why you're a racist and how you can fix being a racist. What in the hell is going on here, guys? It's kind of like when you look at the media, and they spend a whole 11 minutes talking about Hillary and her email thing. Seriously, I saw somewhere that, the three biggies, ABC, CBS, and NBC, together combined spent 11 minutes total talking about Hillary Clinton and her email and her server. Now, of course, they've probably spent 1,100 hours talking about Aaron Schock, the idiot in Illinois. Aaron, he lies about his mileage to make money. He's fraudulent. He sucks. We should not make excuses for Aaron. Bad Aaron, you suck. And he did the right thing. He walked out. He left. Awesome. But they spend a lot of time talking about what a shithead he is, for frauding out mileage. But they ignore a Secretary of State who could have put our country, or may have still put our country at risk, because she didn't want to get caught taking money from people like the Chinese. Really, that's what we're looking at in this media. And it's unbelievable to me. You know what? It just reminds me that it's now more important than ever to really pay attention to new media and to really listen to those voices out there who are maybe not getting paid to say the things they're saying, but they're saying what they say because they give a shit and they want to tell you the truth and they want you to think. And that's really what all new media is about, is making you think and getting to say shit on the air, because that's really fun, because you won't get to do that a whole lot in the traditional media. Yeah, I'm fired up, clearly. My husband got me coffee so I could keep up with the show tonight, and I feel like I'm buzzing. Don't worry, it wasn't Starbucks coffee, by the way. I'm going to take a short break, and when I get back, I have this week's top 10 douchebags. So stay put.
Remember, the bigger they are,
I am, gravy.
Unapologetically Bunny!
Hey, are you conservative in the world of liberal?
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah!
Well, you're not the only one. I'm Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice. Each week, I'll bring you the events, and together we'll learn about how they affect you. So sit back and get ready to laugh and cry your way through the good, the bad, and the ugly of talk radio. Every Thursday night at 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on the 405.
Unapologetically Bunny. I am your host, the omniscient and ever graceful Bunny, and we are here live on Thursday night. And thank you for staying with us through the break. So glad to see all of you in the chat room. There's a lot of you out there having a good time. Please be good to each other and have a lot of laughs on us. Okay, so we are going to get started on this week's top 10 douchebags. If you are a first-time listener, this is for you. The top 10 douchebags come from the good people in social media. You nominate these people and we make fun of them here on the show. Very rarely do we come up with our own. Occasionally someone will piss me off in my day life and I will put it in here to talk about them just because I can. But overall, this comes from you good people in social media. So it is a team effort here at Unapologetically Bunny to talk about the top 10 douchebags of the week. So let's get started. At number 10 is Senator Little Dicky Durbin for referring to Lynch as being in the back of the bus. Right. Oh, gee, there's nothing racist about that, Senator Durbin. Lynch is a black woman, and since the GOP is not hip to her, apparently they're putting her in the back of the bus. Dicky Durbin has said some dumb things before, so I wasn't exactly shocked when he made the reference to her being in the back of the bus, but it still makes him a douchebag. And he's a douchebag, of course, at number 10. Number 9 is Azalea Banks, who I had no idea who the hell she was until she was nominated, for saying she hates this country. And what was it, Playboy she was in. Yeah, she hates this country and everything it stands for. I honestly didn't know who she was until I searched her name. I never heard of her music. I get it, I'm 41, I'm kind of out of things, but really, I didn't have a clue. What a sad way to gain notoriety, they said, hating on the country that has made her famous and rich. Of course, with idiots like Kanye West is probably her idol, what do we expect? I found an article, and this is a side note on Kanye West, but back in July, the dude was going to leave because the country is so racist. Why hasn't he left yet? I'm still waiting for him to get the hell out, and he can take Azalea with him because she's a douchebag at number 9. Number 8, this is an interesting one because we were talking about censorship earlier. Twitter support. If you're not on Twitter, please get on Twitter. Get a life. Thank you. Twitter support for stupid bans based on targeted gun sense censorship. Now, this is a separate discussion because what I've noticed on Twitter is that many conservative accounts are getting suspended. And it's not just conservatives. There are people, there is one particular journalist who says she is neutral on Gamergate who was suspended over a few tweets about Randy Harper. It's like there are certain issues that you talk about on Twitter suddenly that are getting you suspended. And of course, a lot of that's happening on the gun sense tag, which is a tag of gun control, hyena idiots who hate guns and try to attack guns. And it's the Shannon Watts douchebags. They're all on there. And what's happening is that people are getting suspended. And Twitter's not talking about why they're suspending people. They're not saying why certain tweets are being asked to be removed. This is new. They're asking people, okay, you've been suspended. You were doing some targeted harassment. You need to remove these tweets before we let you come back. Now, long ago, Twitter would say, oh, we don't look at the content of your tweets. We're not judging that, but suddenly they are. And what are they judging it based on? You know, the poor reporter who got suspended and had to remove her tweets about Randy Harper, it was this weird little thing where somebody said they worked at Twitter. And they said, oh, it was an error. But then suddenly there's Randy bragging about getting her suspended. And then the person who said they worked at Twitter locked down. So what's going on there? Are they censoring people they don't think should have a voice? Are they censoring certain topics? Are they censoring certain messages? Who knows? But in the end, what it looks like right now is they're all douchebags. And Twitter support, that's you, at number 8. Number 7, and speaking of Twitter, the idiot who thought the GOP hates poor people tag was a good idea. As conservatives always do, we totally hijacked the tag and reminded them that they are the party of keeping people in poverty. Again, this is a Twitter thing. If you're not on Twitter, I'm sorry, you probably won't get it, but you can laugh as well. They decided they're going to make a hashtag, which has been going for about 24 hours now. And it's just called the GOP hates poor people. You know, because, you know, that's what we do. As conservatives, we just hate poor people. It's kind of like cops. They just go around shooting black people because, you know, that's what we do. Well, the GOP just hates poor people. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When is the GOP who gives more to charity every year by leaps and bounds than the liberals? But, you know, we won't go out and talk about facts because that upsets them. And as the person who nominated them said, conservatives and Republicans alike did get into the tag and completely hijacked and destroyed them. Because let's be honest, they're not very good at Twitter, and that's probably why they get us all suspended. But they are douchebags at number 7. Number 6 is Keith Olbermann, who's kind of made the list a couple times now. Apparently, this person called him the biggest douchebag of them all. Apparently, Keith had some kind of temper tantrum over Bibi Netanyahu winning his election. So what did he say? A rant against Bibi winning priceless. He was throwing the usual left-wing BS about Bibi killing any chance for a peace agreement, calling him a warmonger, right-wing extremist, etc., etc. How dare Bibi want to protect himself from those people shooting bombs at him? That makes him some war guy. Not like Keith is intelligent. We know Keith says dumb shit all the time, but he's a douchebag at number 6. At number 5 is Ashley Judd. Ashley Judd is suing because she's been trolled. Trolled, guys, if you're not on Twitter, what trolled means is that people come to you and they say mean shit because they don't like what you stand for or who you are. And so they come and they say dumb things, and oftentimes they are not very polite things, and even times they've threatened your life, and then they run away because they're trolls. Well, she's decided she's going to sue over that because people are mean to her on Twitter. Now, here's the thing, and I know when Jalen, GOP Mommy, comes on here in a little bit, we're going to talk about what conservative women deal with in social media every day. I mean, Sarah Palin herself, hourly, by the minute, is getting attacked. And what's interesting enough is when Sarah was really getting attacked, Ashley Judd was part of those attacks. So here's Ashley saying, hey, I'm going to sue because people are hurting my feelers. Yeah, when we know that conservative women and women who take part in Gamergate and who are pro-Gamergate are getting attacked, they deal with it all the time. And they're not suing anybody. They just buck up, put on their big girl panties, and get back to it. So Ashley Judd, at number 5, you're a douchebag. Number 4, and this is how it was exactly written, and this is why I think it's so damn funny. They wrote, the Starbucks CEO, and no, I didn't bother looking up his name because he's a douchebag. I didn't look up his name either because I thought that was so damn funny. I didn't want to kill the joke. So, not only are you a douchebag, Mr. CEO, but you suck so bad nobody even wants to bother looking you up. What a dumb-ass idea. I would love to see what your sales look like from today and yesterday and how many fights are breaking out in your stores because you decided to have some social commentary on something you apparently don't know a whole lot about. I'm curious, and what I started doing was I wanted to find out how many black employees Starbucks has. They tote this whole idea of having 40% minority. Okay, great. Minority could be anything. Minority could be women. Minorities could be Jewish folks. They could be Asians. They could be Hispanics. Minority could be anything they deem a minority. Hell, it could be a man at this point because there are more women than men. So I went and I started digging, trying to find out how many black baristas there are because, clearly they must have a bunch of them to have that sanctimonious idea that, they can talk to us about race. All I could find was some old statistics that said that roughly 13% of their workforce is black. It does not say where those folks work. It just says 13%. Then I looked at their leadership. There are 19 people on their leadership team. That's a big damn leadership team, by the way. And of 19 of them, 3 are minorities. None of them were black. 3 were minorities. Yeah, so 16% of their leadership team, minorities. They have a problem themselves. If they really want to talk about diversity, they need to look inward first. And Mr. CEO at Starbucks, you are a douchebag. At number 4. At number 3, Cameron Stewart. We were talking about Cameron earlier because he's the writer of the Batgirl comic who was disturbed by the artwork with the Joker on and holding the Batgirl with a bloody smiley face and a gun. So I looked at his tweets. Although he blocked me, this tells you something about the guy right here. I sent him classic comic book covers. Comics that have basically formed ideas and changed history and minds. Great comics. I sent him covers and I said, please take a look at where you've come from and rethink your situation. Rethink this whole censorship idea. Don't censor comics because that's not what they're about. Well, he blocked me because of that. But I was able to look at other tweets because the good people in social media sent them to me. Thank you, all of you out there. And the man said people who use the term social justice warrior are garbage people. He said that he thought Batgirl was a social justice warrior. Yeah, that's a hoot. Can you imagine? Oh, Bruce is totally oppressing me and I hate my dress and I'm not going to shave my legs anymore because that is the patriarchy. That is not Batgirl, okay? So here's this man. I can't believe he writes for comics. It just blows me away. Ashley Phoenix sent me her tweet that got her blocked, and it was all, Batgirl is my hero, and I think that she should be strong, and she said some great things about Batgirl, and he blocked her for that. What the hell is wrong with people? Nobody said, you're a dumbass. Well, lots of people said that, but not before they were blocked. So who are these people writing comics? And I have a real problem with Cameron because he's a douchebag at number 3. At number 2, it just says Hillary for being Hillary. Hey, Poll, I know we recorded that. We have a little bit here from, oh gosh, her name is Camille. What is her name? Camille Paglia. Hey, Poll, will you play her rant on Hillary for me? That should do it from number 2.
What is it about Hillary that bothers you?
She's a fraud, okay?
Yeah. Explain, how is she a fraud?
Hillary is a mess, okay? And we're going to reward with the presidency a woman who has enabled, okay, the depredations and the exploitation of women, okay, by that corn-pone husband of hers, and so on. I mean, it's like the way feminists have made themselves blind, okay, to Hillary's record, okay, of trashing. They were going to try to destroy Monica Lewinsky, and so on. I mean, it's a scandal. Anyone who believes in sexual harassment guidelines, okay, should have seen that the disparity of power between Clinton and Monica Lewinsky was one of the most grotesque ever, okay, in the history of sex crime. Okay, he's a sex criminal, okay, and so on. We're going to put that guy back in the White House, okay? Hillary is ridden on his coattails. Yeah. This is not a woman who has her own career, made her own career. She's a woman who failed the bar exam in Washington.
Oh, Camille. You said it better than I ever could, so we'll just leave Hillary as a douchebag at number 2. And at number 1, as always, is President Obama. For multiple reasons, but for the big ones, for trying to get Bibi driven from office. Yeah, he sent people over there to try to screw up that election. And then being a sore loser when it didn't work. Oh, and forcing people to vote. Did you see that today? He's decided that we should start forcing people to vote. And I understand the importance of voting because I think everyone should vote, but it should be a choice. It should be something that you go out of your way to do, not something the government forces you to do. That is some horse shit right there. Oh, and there's also the notion that while the GOP was trying to enforce sanctions on Iran, he blocked that, but now he's enforcing sanctions on Israel. I can't believe this stuff is real, but it is. And he's a douchebag at number 1. Now, I'm going to take a break. When I get back, I have the lovely, the vivacious, the evil, cold-hearted, and one of my favorite people in the world, GOP Mommy Jalen. She'll be here, so stay put. We'll talk soon.
You're on the 405.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com. Tornado season has once again arrived in the Southern Plains. Moore, Oklahoma, a suburb of Oklahoma City, has seen its share of Mother Nature's power. Southgate Elementary School in Moore suffered heavy damage after severe weather hit the area.
Debris everywhere, a roof destroyed, and a community left once again picking up the pieces. Southgate Elementary took a direct hit in Wednesday night's tornado.
About 10 classrooms at Southgate Elementary and Moore have either structural or water damage. Citizens can help the rebuilding process by donating to Southgate teachers as they work to request the items they need to rebuild their classrooms. Please help by going to DonorsChoice.org. This organization helped raise $600,000 for the Moore community after the May 2013 tornado. Also, contact your local Red Cross chapter. This has been a public service announcement from your friends at K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network.
And we are back from break. Every time I hear that Obama song by the brilliant Jason DeWilkins, who is also a Polititainer, I giggle like a damn fool. Tax increase, hallelujah. Hey, yeah, it's great. And we're back from the break. Thank you for staying put with us. It is Thursday night during March Madness, and you are here with Unapologetically Bunny. Now, I believe I have Jalen on the line. Jalen, are you there?
Hi, Bunny. I need bail money.
Oh, not again. Why do you need bail money this time? Oh, damn it. You know,
actually, my lawyer has told me not to talk about it, but we might need a shovel later on if you could just help me out.
A shovel and bail. You know, it's hard to give you bail money and get a shovel when I'm on the air. Oh, Jalen.
Make it happen, Bunny.
I'll make it happen, though, because I love you. How are you, sweet girl, besides being in jail?
Just living the dream.
How
are you?
You know, I'm good. I'm bitching and moaning about Obama and the country, and one of my best good friends is on the line, so I'm fantastic. Yay! Now, I know you were getting prepared for the show. I know you were drinking heavily to be prepared, so...
Oh, me?
You?
No.
Can you now be careful, because what's going to happen is the haters and the idiots are listening and they'll be like, oh, these two conservative bitches were totally drunk on the air and they totally don't represent the conservative message. You know, that's what's going to happen. But of course, you know, that's one of the things I love about you is that you really break that whole stereotype. I do too, but not in the same way of that, you know, I say fucking shit and carry a chainsaw. But I mean, there's a stereotype out there, and maybe you can talk to it, and you really should, that conservative women are uptight prudes who do not like their bodies, who only talk about things their husbands let them talk about. I know that is your pet peeve. Talk to me about it.
Well, can I get permission from my husband first? Oh, he's good. He's good. He'll let me talk about it.
I had to get permission from
I just think it's funny. Bunny, they're the ones trending hashtags like body positive and all that, but then they speak, you know, they talk to people like us, and they act like we're all just Bible thumping prudes
I know it.
And yet, they're the ones that kind of light off to do it. We're the ones that are freaks in the sheets. So I don't understand where they get off. We all know that conservative men do it a little bit better than the liberal men, because that's how I went to conservatism. But
here's the thing, though. I mean, if we look like liberal women, you'd want to turn the lights off too. I mean, you got to admit that's probably a big part of it.
Nobody blames those men. Nobody blames them.
I do not blame the men. I'd turn that damn light off too, especially with the pink armpit hair. Holy shit!
The only kind of man that would want to do a feminist is somebody who's into like the furry fetish. So that's why he turns the light off. It's because he can act like he's doing a llama.
It's My Little Pony.
He doesn't have to have a full body costume on a woman. He can just rub her swarthy sash of hair.
Look at these.
And he's got it made. He thinks he's doing a zebra.
It's a zebra. I love it. Oh, and that's very like progressive of you with the whole race thing, the whole black and white. You picked a really good animal.
I am always thinking about race. Always.
I'm that way all the time. If I can inject race into something, boy howdy, I'm at McDonald's. I'm like, I need some chicken McNuggets and a dash of white privilege because that's all I want for lunch. These people make me crazy, and I know they make you crazy too. And I know you deal with more feminists than I do. Feminists make me crazy.
Well, my cake and I love to troll the feminists. We play our little game where we do the whole subservient,
you do that
thing. And the thing about it is that they're so desperate to believe the stereotypes that they don't even click on my profile to like read what's visible and see that I'm totally trolling them.
I know.
At any given moment of the day, if you look at my profile, there's probably something really inappropriate on it that would dispel any myth that I'm some Bible book, Bible thumping, crude, conservative, and they don't even bother because they're so desperate to believe that stereotype that they just go with it. When some of them, there have been times when they have been like suspicious of me, and I can reel them back in 3, 4, 5 times because they're so desperate to believe that stereotype.
Well, but here's the thing too about you, Jalen, is you're a very lovely young lady. You are, you're the typical woman that they're not supposed to like. You're well kept, you're lovely, you wash your hair. I mean, there are reasons for them to believe immediately that, oh, now we've found, the Stepford conservative wife. And you're just not that person, which I think is so healthy for the conservative message because, and it still happens, we
need more conservative whores out there. That's what we need.
we need more conservative sluts, damn it.
Come on, ladies. Hold up.
You're killing me. So, we need more conservative hooches. But here's the thing, too. As conservatives, we have this idea that only certain people can be conservative. Conservatives have to say certain things and act a certain way. And you break that mold in every way that I can think possible. You talked a little bit when we were preparing, and you said, you should ask me about the uncle in Ferguson because I know what I think pisses people off on the right. I'm going to ask you about the uncle in Ferguson.
Well, it's not so much the uncle. It's just, I think one of the things that makes me stupid or unique, whichever you choose, is that I'm probably equally hated by the right and the left.
I have moments. I'm there with you.
I get a lot of crap from the right because I don't always follow that mindset.
Sure.
And what pisses me off about Ferguson is, in the very beginning, after Michael Brown was shot, I defended Michael Brown. And everybody was so pissed at me.
Right.
But my line of thinking was based on the facts that we know at that time, cops are not allowed to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Right.
And to automatically side with a cop over a kid who, acted like a dickhead in a store, you're basically giving permission to big nanny state government. Sure. Which is the polar opposite of what conservatives should stand for. Right. Now, once the facts were known and the autopsy came out and the forensic stuff was examined, we know who was right and wrong. And I will honestly at that point, okay, fine, he was wrong. And Barron Wilson had a right to kill that kid and protect his own life and go home. That's fair.
Right.
But I think sometimes as conservatives, we have a tendency to judge the victim in a cop versus person before we really look at the facts. And if the victim looks like a thug, we're probably more willing to err on the side of the government. Just like the guy in L.A. 2 weeks ago-ish the homeless guy who was
they killed him. Yeah.
Killed.
Yeah.
You know, and immediately conservatives who are my friends, people who I love, are like, he deserved it. And I'm like, why did he deserve it? There's 6 cops and there's one skinny guy.
And they tased him.
And it's poor police work. I worked for a major metropolitan police department for 5 years, and I wasn't a cop, but I know enough about protocol to know that if those cops could have, you know, gotten on top of his limbs, there would have been no opportunity for him to pull a gun.
Right, right.
So it was just shoddy police work. And obviously once he got a hold of their gun, that's their bad. Now they have to protect themselves. But it shouldn't have gotten to that point. But what pissed me off was that people I respect were immediately like, he deserves it. He deserves it. And I'm thinking to myself, if that was some, like, suburban mom who was drunk and stupid doing the same thing, would they stand?
No.
Right. And then that's kind of it. So we can't always, you know, we have to look at the facts of the case.
You're absolutely right.
And we can't always support cops over people because, like with Ferguson, you know, that gut reaction has to have, we have to be able to think about the facts, because otherwise we're just saying, yep, police have the right to slaughter people in the streets if they are upset. And it doesn't work like that. That's not how the world works, and that's a good thing. You know, because it could be your teenage kid.
Oh, God, I hope.
As a mom, that's what you have to think about. Absolutely. It could be your smart-ass kid that does something stupid, and do you want a cop blowing him away?
You know my son. You know, but
I know mine.
I know you do. I think one of the things that's going on, too, when people are so apt to go one way is because they're so tired of the messaging that cops are racist. Well, you know, you know, Holder saying, well, I can convict Wilson of being a racist, so the whole police force is racist. I think people are just so sick of it that they are,
understandably,
you know,
and there are a ton of problems in the black culture. I mean, that's not, and you can't say it out loud without being called a racist.
No, you can't.
But nobody, like GOP, when we're hating poor people, we're not out there making them have 4 or 5 kids they can't support by the time they're 22. We're not making them do that.
They don't want to talk about
and
that.
So,
yeah, you know, and they don't want to talk about 72% of their households are a single black mom. You know, I had Bill O'Keefe on.
Yeah.
You know, I had Bill O'Keefe.
Oh, I know.
Did you hear him say, well, I just don't like black people? I mean,
mostly I heard him say fuck, but yeah, I get the point.
We need more people like Bill, though, who aren't afraid to say what he thinks. Oh, look, you know, they say most most arrests in Ferguson are black people. Well, you know, 70% of the people who live there are black. Bill is not afraid to say the reality, but Bill gets beat up a lot. You bring up a great point. When we say, well, why are all these households headed up by single moms? You know, oh, you are rich and you hate black people. It becomes a whole message like the damn Starbucks thing. It's all about how can I push my agenda? How can I push my messaging and avoid reality?
Well, and the problem with Ferguson, if you take even a cursory look at the DOJ report, it is a heavily black population in that town. Mm-hmm. But if you took the same policies of the police department and the city government and put them in a heavily white town, the result would be the same. It's not racism, it's leftism that causes all the problems on the Ferguson PD. It just happens to be that the policies make the population of black people victims more so than any other race because it's a majority black town. Yep. You have taken the city and the mayor and the city council, they have taken the role of police officers and bastardized it, and it's no longer cops playing crime fighter. Now it's cops becoming tax agents, and it's all about building revenue for the city.
Absolutely.
So they are ticket stacking. They are, you know, looking for charges to pile on when they pull you over, and you could get pulled over for something, and you could get 4 tickets out of the deal. And, you know, I read on the DOJ report, having your grass too long, you know, letting your grass grow too long is a $400 ticket.
Holy
that
shit.
Town isn't about racism. It's about just
leftism,
bitch slapping residents to make revenue.
Well, it's about big government.
Not racism. It's called people need to know not to vote Democrat there. all these people in Ferguson, 70% of them are black, and they are going to go vote for the Democrat in 2016 without a fucking care in the world, knowing that they're voting for the policies that oppress them.
Yeah,
you know?
No, but they don't believe that. They don't believe
they're voting for big government to to fuck with them and raise money off of them.
It's the whole point.
That's what it is.
You know, one person said something very smart about the police, and that they said, you know, people are raising their children to think the police are the enemy, but then they expect the police to be parents for their children when they don't want to deal with them.
Oh.
You know, so really, it's an excellent point. It's bigger than the police. It's bigger than racism. It's all about big government, and the big government taking advantage of dumb people.
And you know what? You can't even blame the police, because the police are held to quotas. You know, they're told they have to go write X amount of tickets every month, or they're penalized in their own careers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are stories of Ferguson police officers who were desked because they didn't bring in enough revenue from tickets.
Yeah.
So you can't blame them. And it makes me sick when people raise their kids to fear or dislike the police officers, because those same people have no fucking problem calling the police when it's their kid shot in their yard. And I can vouch for this, because I've been with so many police officers rolling up into a yard where they're calling the police for help, and as soon as we arrive, they're screaming at us to get the fuck away, and they'll handle it themselves. And it's street justice, yo. So, you know, it happens.
You're a killer.
We live by the streets, we die by the streets, you know, but it happens. And it's all that pervasive mistrust. It's all because of Democrats.
Well, but you know
it's so easy.
Now they're going to call you, wait, you can't be a racist because you're saying it's not black people's fault. I guess we could call you a no, you know what we'll call you? We'll call you an Islamophobe, because that's the new one.
Ooh, that's a new one.
Have you heard that one?
New this month. It's been a while.
I get called that a lot. You know,
we were called Republicans about 20 minutes ago. That was fun.
I miss the Republicans.
Well, not you. I was.
Oh, damn it. I didn't
You know you win with a feminist when you get them like slobbering and veins bulging, calling you names. That's always the end result I go for.
I like Republican. That's one of my favorites. You know,
that's even my new name.
I like that. It's really good. It was because I was busy telling people that my cracker cup from Starbucks was a joke, because people really believe this happened. The Starbucks thing. I want your take on it, and I also know we want to talk about Ashley Judd, because as a conservative lady, I know you get your fair share of Republican, but the Starbucks thing, and it kind of rolls into Ferguson. People really thought that they wrote cracker on my cup, and I was just being a smartass. I mean, that's my thing. I was like, no, holy shit, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. But it was, people believe it.
When the left does everything in their power to distract from the real issues, like economy, like lack of full-time jobs because of ACA, which happens, the full implementation happens at the end of this year. Mm-hmm. You know, when they're starting to deflect and do everything in their power to go on these soft pussy issues, you know they're afraid. And I'm sorry, Starbucks, but a company whose major profit base is derived from the type of people that they themselves would classify as white privilege probably shouldn't be the ones trying to invoke this conversation.
No.
You guys rely on the privilege because they're the only fucking people spending $5 for coffee.
Oh, that's cheap. That's a tall. Girl, that's a tall. If you go in and you get a venti, you're looking at $7, $8. And then you get a damn Good Morning muffin or some shit.
People who spend this much money on coffee need to understand that alcohol is way more fun.
And way cheaper.
What is wrong with you people? You can buy a whole thing of booze for like the cost of 2 Starbucks coffees. It's ridiculous. Priorities, people.
Oh, you know what? I can already hear it now. Jalen and Bunny Ears, no alcoholics. They're terrible moms. I hate that shit. That's what we get all the time. Ashley Judd is whining. She's going to sue because she's been trolled. Are you shitting me?
She can sit on a slippery fist.
I knew you were going to say that.
That is bullshit. I'm sorry. You know how I feel about this because you and I have talked about this a million, zillion, badrillion times.
I know.
The conflation of bullying with a comment. Bullying is like long-term, sustained, targeted abuse.
In there.
So if some dickhole calls you a cunt, it's like a drive-by. It's not bullying.
No, it's like...
And what she forgets is that she sent a tweet that was like a snarky-ass tweet implying that Arkansas was cheating. So their fans are immediately going to be pissed off and looking to fire back. So when she calls it gendered violence, It's not about her gender. It's about her stupid, smart-ass mouth.
It's just
that she happens to be a female.
It's gender
So are you saying anybody that calls me a name is doing it because I'm a female, even if it's because I said something smart-ass to them?
Yeah.
That's what drives me crazy about feminists and social justice warriors, is that they look for any reason to be a victim. Yeah. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's a female, or it has nothing to do with her gender. No. It's all about the fact that she's a smartass.
Yeah, and
if you can't take it, get the fuck off social media.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's the same way with me. I'm like, I probably deserve 90% of the shit I get. Because I am.
That's what I say. I did, so I have to take it.
I say,
you know, and the only thing I ever whine about is like you said, like you and I have talked about. I will deal with the trolls, and even some of the targeted abuse I will take. The only thing I draw the line at is when I have to read somebody like threatening to rape and murder me in very imaginative and creative ways.
You get that a lot.
That's where it kind of crosses the line for me.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time. If I had $1 for every single tweet that I got talking about murdering me, I wouldn't have to, you know, I'd be living large somewhere.
I would,
so
I would
she needs to suck it up.
I mean, let's be real.
Right.
It's now. I mean, now if I
she needs to suck it up.
She does, and I own it. I'll go out and I'll poke the horns. I'll be like, Obama sucks, and I know I'm going to get yelled at. That's fine because it's fun. There's some of it that I enjoy. Come punch me.
Well, it's always more fun to walk through fire than around it.
Yeah,
but it's you know, there's a line that can be crossed, and it's very rarely crossed. But if you can't handle the stuff that doesn't cross the line, then you probably shouldn't be on social media.
Get out of Twitter.
You're a very special snowflake.
You're a thin-skinned
and you
little
might need to toughen up a little bit
and
grow some balls.
Well,
Ooh, gender.
No, it's because she has a vagina. You know, it's kind of like I'm okay until allegedly. Hey. You know, she will, when they talk about my family or they go after my family or they say you're a bad mom because you're on Twitter, that's the shit that pisses me off. But otherwise, you know what? You know, how many guys are dads online and they, well, Dad, you should get off Twitter because you have kids. No, that is bullshit. That is the one thing in my feminist.
Those people never say that shit to men.
No. And
but you know what? My kids are at school during the day, and all I have to do is like watch Dr. Phil and masturbate. Other than that, I'm on Twitter. So there's got to be some way to pass my time until my kids are home from school.
I needed shots.
Twitter works because it hurts less than other things, you know?
It does. You know, it's one of those things. We make time, we multitask, we get out and we do our social media thing. And I'm sorry, I pulled my sexism card. Sue me. But it's true. How often do you see someone going, oh, look, you really need to get off social media and go be a dad? You know, that is some bullshit that they do that to women. But really, I mean, at the end of the day,
it's a card they play when they're desperate.
If they're coming at me, I can take it. But when they go at my family, that's when I get upset. And that's where I feel like they cross the line. Or when it becomes a targeted harassment over a long period of time. She's not dealing with any of that.
Right.
Someone got mad at her and she got upset. She's going to sue. Hell, you know what? We need to sue, Jalen. We have a case.
Well, you know, we could turn into left-wing. So I do that on Twitter from time to time. I go feminist for the night.
I can't do it.
It's fun.
I can't do
it. Basically, you just scream oppression and rape over everything somebody tweets you. Yeah.
I'm horrible at that. I play victim so badly. I'm not a good feminist when it comes. No, I'm a classical feminist.
Acting.
I am terrible at
you
it.
You just have to act.
I get too pissed off too quick. Oh, you poor thing. You know, it's like, don't feel sorry for me. I'm going to punch you. I hate that feeling. And you know, but again, it's one of those stereotypes out there. And what's interesting is I love when they come out of the blue and they say something like, well, you're a cunt. And I'm supposed to go, oh, my God, and, you know, clutch my pearls and cry. And I punch them back and I say something way worse than they said. And then they cry that I was mean to them. We say this a lot. We talk about this. Conservative women are not supposed to defend ourselves because we're mean. Right?
Oh, my gosh. Yes. For me, there is like that core group of people who've been obsessed with me for like 2 years, and I don't really pay much mind to them.
I know
they've actually been pretty like quiet for a while.
They have
but
been.
There's that other group, the ones that like tussle with us from time to time.
Every once in a while.
People.
Yeah.
They're the ones that like they will be worse than on their good days. They're worse to people than we are on our bad days.
This is true.
And yet they're going to come stalk our timelines, and if we're debating with somebody and it gets a little heated or whatever, they're like, oh, Jalen and Bunny are so mean and they're such bullies and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh, my God, any day, any time of day I can look at your timeline and you're calling people the worst things in the world where do you get off with your lack of self-awareness? Because I'm not worse than you.
No.
But you think it's okay for you to be that way to people, but I can't defend myself in a debate or fight fire with fire? Fuck you.
Well, I will say this about that group is when I went through and I admitted what was happening with my online stalker, and I talked about how awful this person had been to me, and a lot of them, there were a couple that reached out and said, I really don't like you still, but I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I saw that. I saw a couple people tweeting about that she shouldn't have to deal with that, and I was like, wow. Some of them are not that bad. They just hate us because they're programmed to hate us because they have to hate us because we're not them.
Right, and here's the thing.
A couple of them are even I've been friendly with in the past. Yeah, so it's just
And it was really funny. It was like, well, Bunny, we think you're a bitch, but we're sorry you had to deal with it.
Well, I think you're an asshole, and thanks for your apology.
Yeah, I appreciate that too, but I appreciate that. And I think that says right there, though, that's the kind of troll that Ashley's dealing with. Those are the kind of people who say screwed up stuff, but they really aren't going to go try and hurt her. And there are people out there.
Oh, it's all just words.
It is.
Words are not violence. And to imply that words are violence is really kind of disrespectful to people who've been victims of violence.
There you go.
And for a party and a group of social justice warriors that are supposedly so protective of women and, supportive of those victims, it shocks me that she would use a term like gender violence and apply that term to words.
Did she make that up?
Even targeted threats, in my opinion, are not violence. They're called targeted threats because that's what they are. They're targeted threats. They have their own term.
Yeah.
Right. But they're just a threat. And to me, violence is only violence when it's physical and when it's an action.
Right.
When it's a threat, no matter how targeted it is, to me, it's still just words.
And I've never heard of gender violence. What the hell is gender violence? I don't get it. Am I missing? Is this a new term? Is this like one of those new 57 gender things? Is it gender violence?
It has to be, because it's not something that was around 30 years ago.
What the hell is it?
What they're pulling out of their ass now to play victim.
I don't get it. I have a vagina and someone's mean to me. Is that gender violence? A guy has a penis and I say, hey, suck it, you're a dick. Am I gender violence because he's a dude? I don't get it.
You're a victim of violence. For you. You're a victim of violence.
Holy shit,
go
I'm getting beat
them
up all the time then. I don't understand.
And guess what, Ashley Judd? Go call the cops and file reports. You're wasting the taxpayers' money and resources, and probably the cops are just going to tell you to fuck off because they don't deal with, you and I know for a fact that cops don't deal with low-level trolling stuff online.
What they say is,
I can print out death threats, and they're like, well, if he ever comes and breaks down your door and comes in with a knife with you, then you can call us.
No, what they do is they
but
say,
even threats don't get action out of them.
Did they tell you when and where they were going to kill you? Oh, no.
Yeah. They didn't give me the heads up of my time and place of murder. He's very creative about how he's going to murder me, but he's throwing out the whole new ISIS thing. He's going to murder me with a sword, all ISIS style. Pretty creative and stuff, but he didn't mention the time and date yet.
This is what happens when you call them. Hi, I've just been told someone's going to shoot me. Okay, did they say when and where? No, they didn't fucking say when and where. I would be hiding. I would not be calling you. Well, until they tell you.
So she's not going to get anywhere with it. She's just talking out of her ass, just like a feminist does.
No, but
all
here's
the time.
There have been a couple cases, of course, where people have gone to court and sued over these things. I think it was in the UK, though, which tells you a lot. But they've been able to sue for trolling. So she's like, oh my God, I'm totally going to do this because I'm being trolled. Grow a pair, Ashley, because
read the Constitution, bitch, because it doesn't work that way here.
No,
it doesn't. We have good taste and freedom of speech, and that's what differentiates us.
You don't have the right not to be offended. If you don't like what I'm fucking saying, mute me, block me, move away.
Right.
Don't complain. Good Lord.
Yeah, she should look at that as an opportunity to find people she can get out of her life by hitting the mute button. That's all it is.
And sometimes, though, those conversations are good. Someone hates you, you get to kind of punch them and give them a reason to hate you. And that's what I don't like, is when they hate me for no reason, I give those assholes a reason, because that's who I am, and that's what conservative women have to be. Because otherwise, we get, oh, well, you're the Stepford wife. Get your Bible. Are your kids in bed yet? Does your husband know you're on the computer? Oh, fuck you, bitch. I have 2 computers. What you going to do about it?
Well, I just got done sucking his dick, so I'm pretty sure he knows. I'm pretty aware of it because I'm giving him a hand job right now as a type. That's why I'm typing one-handed.
Well, I would be faster if I could use one hand right now. You're killing me. Stop. Oh, Taylor.
You knew you were going to get this when you told me to come on. You knew.
This is why I wanted
you get fair warning every time I tweet.
I know. And here's the thing, though. This is why I love you, and you really are one of my bestest good friends in social media and really everywhere. Because you are like me. You are tough. You say what you need to say, and you're not what everybody expects a conservative woman to be. And that's why I wanted you to come on. And so I'm really glad you said you're giving your husband a hand job, because that is what we need to hear from conservatives. But we're human beings, and we do these things. You know, conservatives poop. Conservatives give hand jobs. It's just the reality. It's who they are.
We're pretty human.
We are human.
We're pretty human.
And you know what, human? I want people to know how they find you, and they can follow you and listen to you on social media. Where do they find you?
On Twitter. And there is no other, there's no other social media for me.
You're just on Twitter, girl.
Just on Twitter.
Just on Twitter. And
just Twitter. It takes up enough of my life. I don't have time for anything else.
No, you're too busy.
If I had other social media accounts, I wouldn't have time to drink and sometimes be a mom. So that's just not going to work.
So, but what is your Twitter handle?
GOP Mommy.
GOP Mommy. GOP Mommy.
In the house.
That's my girl. Okay, you know what? I got like a minute left, so I'm going to cut you off. Again, folks, follow lovely Jalen at GOP Mommy. Anything else you want to add before you say goodbye? Love you, girl. I'll talk to you on social media. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I'm exhausted. I gotta lay down. Woman is awesome. If you get a chance, please follow her on social media. She is GOP Mommy. She breaks all the barriers. She breaks all the stereotypes. And she is one of my best good friends. So follow her on social media. We are all wrapped up here, folks. It's just about time to say goodbye. Thank you for being with me tonight. All of you in the chat room, 64 of you, you crazy people. Big kisses your way. Thank you for being with me tonight. I will talk to you soon. Take care. Bunny's out. Bye.
K98Talk.com, a leader in Internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
We will keep this promise to the American people. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period. If you like your health care plan, you'll be able to keep your health care plan, period.
This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
Oh, welcome to the face. Welcome to the face of the new democracy. Don't expect us to admit a mistake. We're paying off election debts to those on the take. Attorney General's lying even while
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson.
All right, folks. Well, happy Saturday morning. I am Rick Robinson. You are listening to America Off the Rails. We'll be live with you for the next hour. Anyone who's interested in joining me, I will be hanging out in the K98Talk.com chat room today. Pretty easy to find. Just go to www.K98Talk.com. There's a player right there in the top of the screen. You can also click on the link right there that says chat. I am in there waiting to see if anybody wants to hang out with me. It is a new feature for us, so it may take us a little while to get it built up, but we do plan on starting to use it more regularly. And I am the worst about that because I typically solo the shows that I do on my own, so I can't always pay attention to the chat, but I will do my best. All right, so we do have a lot of things to talk about. So many things. Honestly, not sure we're going to be able to fit it all into the new hour format for the Saturday show. I have to admit, since I've gotten sick, I haven't been able to keep up with things as well as I used to. So I'm going to start trying to free up some of my schedule a little more for the behind-the-scenes stuff that has been kind of falling through the cracks and slipping by. So from this point forward, Finding Common Ground will be an hour show every Saturday until further notice. So will the America Off the Rails Saturday edition. I used to have that show try to be a little bit longer, this one, to kind of outline what I was going to be talking about for the coming week, but
as I have spent so much time down and then trying to get back to the point where I could talk without sounding like Froggy from the Little Rascals, I've decided that at least for the short term, I mean, let's face it, when I do everything I'm supposed to do live radio-wise, I already do 8 shows a week. And I'm not saying that to toot my own horn. I'm just saying that that's a lot of extra work. There's a lot of things behind the scenes that go into these shows. Lots of things that until you actually start trying to do them, you don't realize how much work they actually are. You listen to guys like Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh who get paid to talk on the air for 3 hours a day, and then you're like, but then they're done. I spend 8 hours a day doing my job, but I don't make half of what they make. I've got to tell you, most of my shows are only an hour, but it's a lot like college. You know how they tell you, when you sign up for college that you're taking a 3-credit-hour course? You're really only spending about 2 hours. Where did I go? Oh, there I am. We lost us for a moment there. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was because I was it because I was starting to talk about college? Is the FCC already starting to monitor the internet? Were you afraid I was going to talk about how free college is a bad idea? Is that what happened? Anyway, it's not free, but that's a story for another day. So anyway, it's just one of those things where for every hour that you hear, there's usually at least 2 or 3 hours of prep work that happens there sometime. And if it gets to the point where you're trying to do one every day for at least an hour, and let's face it, there are 6 days a week I am on the air, multiple shows a day in some cases. So yeah, there are times when things get a little hectic. So for the short term, we are reducing the schedule a little bit. Also, mainly because there are some things that are in the works with some other folks, and I do hope to have some of our shows cross-promoted more recently, so the hour format will make that a little bit easier, because I do notice that a lot of other networks stick to hour-long shows lately. So this is one of the ones that I do plan on hoping they decide they want to pick up should this deal close. They shall remain nameless at the moment, because we are still in negotiations, and I have given my word, but hopefully we'll have an announcement about that soon. I know I keep saying that, because it's been in the works now for a while, but, some of us didn't get to go hang out at CPAC all last weekend, which honestly, even if I'd had the capability to be able to be there, I wouldn't have been there. I was sick as a dog all last weekend and would have probably gotten the entire conservative base in America sick. So, yeah, it wouldn't have been a good idea for me to be there anyway. However, after seeing all the Twitter explosions and the tweets and the pictures and everything else, come hell or high water, if I can do it, I'm going to find a way to be there next year. We do have in the works the hope that the Spark Radio Network will be at the Young Conservative Leadership Conference that's coming up here in a few months here in the Oklahoma City area. We are trying to work things out logistically to make sure that at least one of us is there, maybe 2, more if we can figure it out, but we are hoping to have a presence there as we start doing more and more and moving more towards full-time radio. Kind of thought it was a good idea if we started doing more than just having folks pontificate like myself and actually occasionally report some news stories. But that is just stuff that's kind of in the works. Speaking of the CPAC thing, I have to say I really wasn't going to give this guy much airtime, but something broke last night right as I was in the middle of doing my sound check and realized that something wasn't working, and had decided to call it because that way I could make sure everything was fixed before today, since we do so many shows back to back. Apparently, there has been an individual who shall remain nameless. However, if you're on Twitter, you know who I'm talking about, who decided to tell the world that he was going to be at CPAC this past weekend, and then even on the air pretended to be at CPAC. However, the people that I know through Twitter who were there say they never saw this person there, and that some of the things that he even talked about on live broadcasts while he was supposedly, there were air quotes there in case you didn't see them, at CPAC never occurred. So I don't understand this. This person, from all accounts, has a fairly decent following. Granted, there are now rumors and reports that the majority of some of those followings are bought and paid for, but I shall remain commentless on that. But that being said, why would you lie about something that is that easily verifiable when you know that there are hundreds of conservative bloggers and up-and-coming talk show hosts that do everything they can to find a way to be there, just in the hopes that they get noticed by somebody that can help catapult them in the right direction, and you're going to try to make up crap about being there? I mean, come on, I'm not going to lie. The closest I would have been to CPAC this year, if we would have been able to pull it off and I wouldn't have been sick at the time that they were there, was I was going to have some friends who were part of another network who was there, who were going to have me call in while they were live with somebody at CPAC so I could actually at least be part of the conversation, even though I would have been remoting in. But I wouldn't have told anybody, hey, yeah, I'm live sitting here on Radio Row at CPAC, blah, 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 blah. No. Come on. I mean, and this isn't the first time this person has lied. But people still listen to this person. I don't understand this. I really don't. I mean, come on. I'm not going to... I mean, who didn't grow up telling fish stories? You know, sitting around with a bunch of friends and you start talking about something, and the next thing you know, it's all blown out of proportion. And it's still going because you got friends that are egging you on at this point. They're like, yeah, it was cool. I was there. It was awesome. And this happened and that happened. But at some point, you have to grow up. You have to stop trying to build yourself up to more than what you are. Quit trying to pretend you're a big shot. You either have, and everybody does if you really want to stop and think about it, you either have the potential to possibly become a big shot, should you decide to work through it and persevere and try to do whatever it is that you need to do to become a big shot and whatever it is that you're trying to do, or you can lie about what a big shot that you already are and pray that nobody finds out about it at any point in time, and then it all blows up in your face. Well, that's exactly what's happening to this guy, because someone had pointed out that if this individual was at CPAC, they would have been so egotistical that they would have been snapping selfies everywhere with anyone that they could have seen that was important, even if it was a photobomb version of a selfie. And yet there were no pictures, none. I've seen plenty of pictures from people that I know that were there. Scott's Fire was there. Saw some pictures with her. JD was there. Saw some pictures with her. Hammy, who I've spoken to a few times, who also is the director over at Alcon Radio. He was there. I've seen some pictures of him there. So, I mean, there's lots of folks that I know that were there. It's part of the reason why I kind of wish I was there, because it would have been kind of cool to see all these folks face to face, because we've talked on air a few times, talked over the phone a few times, talked through Twitter, but never really face to face. Some of you right now should probably be very glad I wasn't there. You've seen my picture. I'm just saying. Okay, so there's a reason I do radio, folks. I mean, you know, life has not been fun for me. There have been some things that have happened, some through birth, others along the way, because, you know, I did overcome a lot of my issues, and then as I've gotten older, things have happened to bring them back to the forefront. But that is, you know, a complete and utter other story. And I'm not one of these guys that's going to be like, well, you know, oh, woe is me. I'm the guy that tells you I don't care if something's broken or something doesn't work right. You can still contribute to society. There are plenty of jobs where all you really have to do is be able to think and have at least rudimentary control of certain parts of your body, and you can still do a job. I get paid. I work a 40-hour week. There hasn't been a time since I got to admit, there was about a 3-year stint from about 18 to 21 where I couch surfed and thought I was going to take over the world as a hippie and yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And you see how well that worked out, because I went from hippie to conservative from about the age of 21 to 25, because I did start working for a living and I started seeing all the crap that was coming out of my paycheck on a regular basis. Then I started reading up on where all this stuff was going, and I'm like, oh no, this has got to change. But, you know, that's kind of the progression of age, you know. Usually from about 18 to 21, you think you're going to take over the world. You think you can do it as some sort of a peace-loving, beatnik hippie kind of thing. And then the next thing you know, nothing's really changing. And then the older you get, a lot of times the more conservative you get. There's actually a quote out there that if you are not a liberal when you are younger, you are heartless. If you don't at some point start conforming to more of a conservative idea as you get older, it's because you're brainless. I'm not going to say anything one way or the other, because I have folks of all ages and stripes that are of both persuasions, so you can hold your opinions in whatever way you deem fit. But back to what I was talking about before, and again, this person will remain nameless. But why are you going to lie about something that's so simply and easily verifiable? And not only did you lie about it, you could have at least come on the air at some point and said, hey, you know what? We were going to be there, something fell through, you know. But no, you had to pretend you were there the whole time. I mean, come on. Really? Did you think nobody would realize that you weren't there? But apparently, from what I understand, again, a lot of what I thought, I mean, because I had started looking into this person when I started seeing some folks on Twitter complaining about them and their attack methods and everything else, and I was like, dude, this guy's got, like, lots of Twitter followers and blah, 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 and he's got this and he's got that, and the more you look at them, the more you realize most of his followers really don't say very much. So I'll let you draw the conclusion there, because I don't want to be accused of slandering someone on live interwebs radio. But that being said, you know, I mean, come on, especially if you're going to play conservative, at least try to pretend you're honest for 5 minutes. I mean, it's just scary, the things that people will listen to now and the people that they will listen to now. And I mean, especially if this guy has any type of a following at all, that's just really scary to me, because they're way more intelligent and better informed people that you should be listening to. And no, I'm not referring to myself. I do thank every one of you that tune in and listen on a regular basis. It's great. It's awesome. Love the fact that you do it. But there are people even better than me in this day and age that do this kind of thing. And I don't claim to be some sort of a talk radio rock star. That's one of the reasons why I was honestly surprised when I was contacted by the folks at Top Talk Radio, and they'd asked if I wanted to be, or they had invited me to actually be considered one of their Top Talk Radio hosts for the entire nation. I'm really surprised there, I've got to say. But, you know, I mean, like I tell everybody else, it's not anything that I'm trying to do per se as far as trying to build myself up, as much as I'm trying to build up the entire network and the entire station, which is one reason why we do work so hard to cross-promote with quite a few folks. I mean, if you're not a regular listener here, you may not know, but we have currently shows from folks like Vigilant Liberty Radio. We have the folks from Voices of Global Freedom Radio that do a show with us. They do their show weekly, but we usually air it about twice a week. Usually once on Saturdays, and then again at some point prime time in the evenings. The day does sometimes vary. Our schedule's in a bit of a flux, so I do hope to have that situated. But again, with some of the talks that we're in, we've had to kind of change a few things around in the hopes that everything pans out, because I wanted to be ready to go from the moment they say go, as soon as we know what all we're going to be doing. So just make sure that you're checking out the website every day. Make sure you are connected to both my Twitter account as well as the station's Twitter account, because you will get routine updates, especially from my account. I guess at some point I need to change that stuff over to actually drop to the talk account, but I spend most of my time on my account, so I have everything kind of fed where anytime anything goes live or it drops, it goes out on that Twitter feed. You can also find us on TuneIn Radio just by searching K98 Talk. You can also find this show on Stitcher as a podcast, also on iHeartRadio, and we do have our own mobile app in the Android store. It is a bit of a long name, and I didn't really get it explained to me how best to do that before I named it, and unfortunately you can't go back in and rename it once you've built the app, because they're like, once you submit, you're done. So just put America Off the Rails in quotation marks. You can download the app, take the show anywhere. Of course, Spreaker is fully mobile integrated, so you can find us there. That is one of our platforms that we're on. And you can also, the website itself at K98talk.com is fully mobile friendly as well. So you can always either stream whatever's live there or the rebroadcast of whatever was last up as the live show. Since we do not yet have 24-hour content, we do constantly have something playing, though, because we don't want folks to tune in and hear dead air. So if we're not doing anything live, something is playing at any point in time. As we continue to build our lineup, both with shows that we produce through my company, the Spark Radio Network, or other folks. And we are hoping to get a pretty good chunk of that airtime out of the way if this particular deal goes through, but we shall have to wait and see. Now, okay, I think I've talked about that stuff a little bit more than I actually intended to, so I'm going to make myself shut up now. Now, for those of you who may have listened to Bryce's show, I have something I want to play and then kind of come at from a different angle, so bear with me for just a moment here.
ISIS is armed with butcher knives, captured weapons, and YouTube, whereas Iran could soon be armed with intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear bombs. We must always remember, I'll say it one more time, the greatest danger facing our world is the marriage of militant Islam with nuclear weapons. To defeat ISIS and let Iran get nuclear weapons would be to win the battle but lose the war. We can't.
All right, so for those of you who didn't know, I don't know how you wouldn't know, but Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu gave a speech in front of Congress middle of last week, I think. Anyway, we did run it in its entirety here on K98 Talk. I actually wound up deleting the feed, though, because for some reason we lost it for a couple of minutes, and then I was able to get it back, but I never could, even after I went back in and edited, get the dead air to go away. So at some point I did wind up pulling it down. But I do hope that for any of you that missed it, you were able to catch it up on our feed while it was there for a little bit. If you didn't, you can still find it on YouTube. I almost said Yoo-hoo. I must want chocolate flavored drink, not sure. But anyway, you can find it on YouTube. I would encourage you to go listen to it in its entirety if you have not. Even if you're not a fan of this man, you need to listen to this to counter some of the stuff that you're hearing in the media. Because the folks that came out against this particular speech, I don't think actually bothered to listen to the particular speech, and the president said as much. I hadn't had a chance to listen to the speech yet because I was on a conference call, but let me be clear, I have read the transcripts. No, he didn't actually say his catchphrase, but come on. When is it not? Well, I mean, it's no fun to, even for 30 seconds, try to pretend you're Obama without saying his catchphrase. And yes, I know, my Obama impression sucks. That's why I defer that kind of stuff to Jason DeWilkins. Also, one of the folks that we have mutual kind of a cross-promotion thing going on with is some folks over from the 405, which I didn't mention a minute ago. So, yeah, like I said, we do have lots of stuff available, a lot of stuff that you typically would only find by going to single places. You can actually find usually all here in one little package on a daily basis, and we plan on getting that to the point where it's 24/7, always something on, always something streaming. Even if it's not necessarily live from our perspective, we still want to basically put as much out there as we can. But I digressed again. I know. I'm terrible with that lately. I don't know what it is. I can't seem to turn off the general manager portion of my brain, which is another reason why I decided to shorten these shows. I was hoping that might help. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu, he also said something very important, and I don't remember if this clip had it in there. In this instance, the enemy of your enemy is also your enemy. I think we need to broaden that perspective, just giving you my honest opinion. We have lived by the philosophy expounded upon in The Art of War for far too long, where the enemy of our enemy is our friend. And that is a very short-term philosophy, because look at our history. We built up Saddam Hussein because at that time the enemy of our enemy was our friend. Then we wound up having to depose Saddam Hussein because at that point the friend that was once our friend was now our enemy. This is what happens inevitably over and over and over again. And I've said it before and I will say it again. If I had a time machine, one of the first things I would do is go back in time to this idiot that decided that we needed to be the world police. I'm not sure who you were, but I really would if I had the ability to have a time machine and go back to the day that you decided we needed to be the world police. I would hop out of what I hope would be shaped like a blue British police call box. Because come on, what fun would it be to have a time machine and not have it look like the TARDIS? And then I would punch you right square in the nose and I would hop right back in and I would fly away. Just because. Not saying it would stop the philosophy or anything, but I just want to punch you in the face. Because how many of our foreign policy debacles have started with the concept, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? And if that is the stance the Obama administration is taking, let's look at their foreign policy record before we start jumping on the let's make Iran a better place bandwagon. Nothing they have tried has worked. Nothing. He went on an apology tour. We were laughed at. He went on appeasement mission after appeasement mission. We were laughed at. This appeasement mentality started even before he took office. Look at what happened with North Korea. Now we are threatened on a daily basis by a little freaking midget. I mean, come on. The dude's what, 2.5 feet tall? He's got to climb a ladder to get into wherever he's going to sit. And he's like, oh, we're going to blow up the White House. America, evil place. We're going to make you pay. Why you not give me my nuclear weapons before now? Now I build intercontinental ballistic missile and I blow you off the face of the planet. Because I am Kim Jong-un. You will do these things that I have told you to do because I have told you to do them. Because I am the ruler of North Korea. And you will do them now. Or I make you pay. Yes, America, I'm coming after you. These are the things that we put up with when we don't do the things that we ought to do, which is stop people from getting delusions of grandeur. Nobody should have allowed North Korea to get nuclear weapons. I don't care. When we're trying to convince the rest of the world that they need to get rid of their nuclear weapons, you're going to let this crazy-ass idiot get a hold of them, and now we're on the same path with Iran. Somebody tell me when the hell I woke up in the Twilight Zone. And I know I used that title last week. I'm not going to use it again. But I have to tell you, every day I turn on the news and the first thing I think is, holy crap. At some point, Rod Serling is going to be standing off camera or standing off to my right, smoking a cigarette, telling everybody how somehow we have landed in the Twilight Zone. It's either that or I'm a fat old Quinn Mallory, because it's like every day I wake up and it's like I'm in a slightly different place than it was when I went to sleep. And it just seems like it's getting worse and worse and worse on a daily basis. And at this point, I don't even know what we're supposed to do to be able to fix it. I know what I'm going to keep doing is I'm going to keep fighting until I no longer have the ability to do so. And I will try to find like-minded people, and I will talk with these like-minded people, even if they may have slightly different political party affiliations than I do, to try to make people understand that we have more in common with each other than we do these idiots in D.C. But at this point, I have completely blown through our break time, so I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break. As soon as I get a few things queued up here, we'll be right back here in just a couple seconds.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
Hi, I'm Steve Long of Liberty Unfiltered. If you're tired of hearing the same Republican and Democrat banner from the mainstream media, join me on Wednesday nights at 9, H Central, as I crawl out of the cesspool of partisan politics and bring the fight for freedom against the advocates of big government to the masses.
This is Misty, owner of Wax It Studio in Edmond, Oklahoma, and I'm here to talk to you about a skincare product called Theramedics. Theramedics has a wonderful line of products from anti-aging to hyperpigmentations all the way to acne. In fact, everyone at some point in our life is affected by acne. Acne can cause a great deal of embarrassment and anxiety, and in order to prevent and help other people, I have tapped into this wonderful product called Theramedics. Visit my website at www.prettyskindeep.com. Again, that's www.prettyskindeep.com.
Tune into The Family Factor with Denny C. every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning at 5 a.m. as he looks at all the challenges facing the family today. Denny will give you a refreshingly new look at tackling some of the biggest issues. So start your day off on the right foot with Denny C. and The Family Factor, right here on K98Talk.com.
Calls. We got a pen and telephone to bypass all your laws. Political correctness will replace the Bill of Rights. Support religious freedom, lest you pray to Jesus Christ. The press is in our pockets because there's no longer free. You cannot make a move now that the NSA can see.
All right, folks, we are back. We are live. This is America Off the Rails. I am your host, Rick Robinson. We will continue what I'm talking about, which is basically what the hell happened to the country when none of us were looking. I say that because there's been another interesting development in the whole, my name is Chelsea, and I used to be Bradley, and I used to be an American soldier, and now I want to be a woman. Apparently, he's now being recognized by the U.S. military as a woman. Henceforth, everything that has anything to do with Mr. Bradley Manning will now legally, in the eyes of the Army and the U.S. military, be changed to Miss Chelsea Manning. So, yay! Now, not only are we getting to pay for his hormone therapy. Yes, I said his. We also have had him legally recognized as a woman. And yes, I still said his. I don't understand this. I really don't. And people are going to say that I'm crazy, but if we start looking at the whole concept of, whether you believe in God or not, let's just say for the sake of argument, everybody did. In this instance, we're basically admitting that God must have made a mistake. So something needed to be changed. Isn't this what led to the whole eugenics idea in the first place? Was the fact that we knew better than what God knew, so we needed to make things better on our own. This disturbs me. This entire concept disturbs me. Because, again, as I've mentioned, it wasn't as bad as some, so I was able to overcome it. I mean, and it may have even been a misdiagnosis, but I'm going to admit something on the air that I've never admitted to anyone before in quite some time, unless they're family members, because I was able to overcome most of it. And then as time went on, things happened where it's gotten worse again through physical injury and some other things that have happened. But I was diagnosed as a child with cerebral palsy. Now, granted, this was the 70s, and there were, like I said, and I've mentioned this before, it took me a while to start being able to walk more normally, and then through exercises and a few other things, I was able to get it to the point where you really couldn't tell that there was anything wrong with me. But the whole point is, if we live by this whole concept of, that God must make mistakes, so therefore man is obligated to fix said mistakes, there could have been things that might have been done to me or other people that were born like me that have even worse cases of it than I do. I mean, are we going to get to the point now where we're going to, oh, wait, who am I kidding? We're already there. They have these tests that they will run now that they'll say, well, because of the fact that there's a 97% chance that your child could be born with this, we are going to give you the option of continuing the pregnancy or terminating the pregnancy. So again, we are going along with the concept of we know better what we need than what God does. This is my problem with all of this. And this is the thing that will probably have me called homophobic until the day that I die. I will not judge you for wanting to love someone of the same sex. I will not judge you for wanting to spend the rest of your life with someone who is of the same sex. But I will tell you that as what we are predominantly supposed to be, which is spiritual creatures, if you spend all of your life focusing on that one part that makes you different, you are going to be missing out on so much more, which is why I think that stuff is in the scripture in the first place. It's to keep us from delving too deeply into the physical. That's why the scriptures plainly say you shouldn't lust after your neighbor's wife. You shouldn't do things that we do now on a daily basis. And yes, I've done them before marriage because it changes the way we are, and it changes the way we behave. And no, I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm just trying to make you understand this is the perspective that a lot of people have. And it's because we've made some of those mistakes. And we've looked back on things now and been like, man, maybe I should have waited until I actually found the right person. Because how much easier would my life have been if I hadn't been with Wendy Smith or Janet whatever. And at this point, I'm just completely making up names. Because, yeah, I don't roll that way, folks. But I'm just saying, how much easier would things have been if we would have just been with the one person that we had intended on spending the rest of our lives with? Because we wouldn't have had any other frame of references, for one. And for two, I mean, I know a few people that have tried it. They've been together for a very long time. There's been no talk of divorce. There's been no talk of, well, John was better than this guy when I was with him, so I'd rather go back to him. No, they fight through it and they work it out because that's what they decided to do from the get-go. And as someone who's been through a few bad relationships to get where I am now, that is the important thing that you always need to do. Regardless of what happens, you have to look at each other every day and say, regardless of how angry I may be with you at this very moment, I am going to find a way, and we are going to find a way to work through this because we're not giving up. That's what makes a marriage work. I don't care, gay, straight, whatever. If you can't find a way to get to work together, it's never going to happen anyway. So I think, and I've had friends of mine who are straight that have made jokes that I thought were kind of funny because, now we're going to probably have TV shows that pop up called Gay Divorce Court or a few other things where they're going to be like, man, things were easier before we were legal. Because, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. I'm just saying, you really don't. But anyway, that's a story for another day. But yeah, so needless to say, the U.S. military is now recognizing Bradley Manning as Chelsea Manning. Another WTF, or another file pulled from the WTF section is the Department of Justice and the Attorney General Eric Holder have determined that there was no wrongdoing in the Ferguson shooting incident by the officer involved. So my question is, where does Mr. Wilson go to get his good name back? Because you've already raked him over the coals, dragged him through the mud, you've made him an outcast, he can't even be a police officer anymore, and you ultimately find that, at least in his particular instance, there was no wrongdoing. Of course, you still can't let it go there. No, we can't do that, because what we did find were a few emails that led us to believe that that entire department is racist. Come on. Because somebody types up an email they think is funny, all of a sudden they're a racist? How many bad emails do you have in your email box, Mr. Holder? How many things have you said that you hope never come to light, Mr. Holder, or Mr. Obama, or Mrs. Clinton? Because let's face it, you're obviously hiding something, because your entire State Department career was done using a private email which had no government access and no government disclosure. But I guarantee you, because of the hackers that are out there, there are people that know every little thing they ever need to know about your email, but not us. No, because you were too good to follow the letter of the law. You needed your own private server and your own private email domain because, who wants to have hillary.clinton.gov whatever for an email address, because that's beneath me. This is the same lady that tried to tell everybody that her and her husband were broke when they left the White House. They made $12 million the first year they were away from the White House. I'll take your version of broke over my version of broke any day, madam. Fork over the $12 million. I'll live very comfortably. That's not broke. That's nowhere near broke. I mean, when you're used to having, what was it? You guys were in there for what? Was it 8 years? Did we really get two terms of Clinton? God, have I already blocked out some of that? I think I might have. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it was 8 years. So I guess after 8 years of living on the government dole and having the taxpayers fund all of your vacations and your security and your food and everything else, I guess going back to a paltry $12 million must have made you feel kind of poor, huh? You're just a liar. I mean, you've lied about everything. Everything. You lied about the Benghazi incident, even though you knew it was a terror attack. You tried to tell everybody it was something to do with a stupid video that my child at the time could have done a better job putting together. But it was because of the video. Never mind the fact that your own ambassador, who was a part of your department, was screaming via email, we need more security, we need this, there are things going on here, why is nobody responding to these emails? I've been sending them for weeks, been sending them for months. Wonder if he was sending them to the wrong address. Maybe that might explain why he never got a response. Was he trying to send them to a .gov address that you never used? Or did he know to use your private special friends only email, you know, the one that you technically weren't even really supposed to have? I mean, I've heard it both ways, and I honestly haven't researched it well enough to know for sure, but I will, because I've heard people say that she broke the law using that email. Then the other side of it says they simply broke protocol by using those emails, because they are allowed to have their own personal emails. They're just really not supposed to use them to discuss state business. Or in this case, federal government business. But I guess the jury will still be out on that one. Probably out forever, because Lord knows anybody that tries to stand up against the Clintons usually winds up... Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. Do your own research. How many people have disappeared after crossing that family? Come on now. I mean, you think Obama was the first one that had Chicago-style politics down to a science? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. Granted, he's kind of taken it to Chicago-style on steroids because he's had the whole IRS targeting people, NSA monitoring people. So, yeah, we've kind of slowly started turning into the IRS becoming the KGB. I mean, you know, IRS, NSA kind of, I'm waiting for the day they merge, because then we will basically just have a KGB. And you know it's probably going to happen. You know it will at some point. I think they already kind of somewhat work under the same branch, because I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere the IRS was somewhere backdoored into the Department of Homeland Security. I hadn't looked into that. Maybe I should. It's probably not there. You know, that would be too crazy. But who knows? But anyway, so we have all that going on. Of course, now, you know, the police officer's been cleared. The Attorney General has found that there has been corruption in the Ferguson Police Department, rampant racism, 3 people have lost their jobs, 4 if you count the police officer who originally lost his job over the entire thing that probably shouldn't have in the first place. But, you know, I had people calling me crazy because I stood with the police officers in that instance. I stood with the police officers because I've been in those situations. I've told you this before. I spent quite a bit of my life wearing a badge and a gun of one form or another. And I've been in the situation where you've kind of had to determine, am I going to do what I need to do to make sure I go home, or am I going to let this person beat the crap out of me? No, I've never actually had to shoot anyone, but I have had to draw my weapon before. It's a scary thought when it gets to the point where you realize that within a half a second, I'm going to have to decide whether or not I'm going to end someone's life. Until you've been there, you really shouldn't be talking about it. And I'm pretty sure I know for a fact that someone like Eric Holder has probably never been there, so he probably should have just sat down and shut up instead of making things worse. And I know for a fact that I don't know. I don't even want to call him a reverend anymore, but Al Sharpton, I know for a fact, has never been in that type of a situation. Well, I say I know for a fact, but I don't know him personally, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty safe to bet he's never been in that type of a situation. So again, he probably should have just sat down and shut up until the truth came out about the entire story. So now my question is, can the businesses that were impacted by all this rioting and looting and everything else, now that the officer has been found innocent of any wrongdoing, can those businesses start suing the folks that incited the riots, since the city of Ferguson, Missouri, and their insurance policies have refused to cover any damages? Well, I know their insurance policies did. I don't know about the city. I don't know what their intentions are. But if it were me, and I was one of those business owners, I would be targeting Al Sharpton. Lord knows he's got quite a bit of money because he's not paying his taxes, and he owes over $9 million, I think. I'm spitballing that because I don't have the figure up in front of me, but I know he owes millions of dollars in taxes. So if I were some of these business owners, especially now that all of this kind of happened for all of the wrong reasons, because apparently, at least in this particular instance, even the heavily pressured Department of Justice, led by Eric Holder, couldn't find a single bit of wrongdoing for this particular officer, but they've managed to rake the whole department over the coals in the process because you knew they were going to find something. They had to justify their time and the government expenses on something that never should have happened in the first place. You knew it was going to happen. Don't even try to tell me that you didn't know. I mean, come on. But anyway, so just to recap what we've covered today, because I'll probably save some of the other stuff that I'd planned on talking about for Monday, because I will be back with you then at 6 o'clock. I do plan on resuming full schedule and hopefully full streaming and playing of all the other content that we have available beginning Monday as well. It's been kind of broken lately because I've been trying to get back into the swing of things, and I just haven't really quite managed to get there one way or the other, but we are getting closer. Okay. But anyway, so just to kind of recap what we've talked about so far today, Hillary Clinton is a liar. Bradley Manning is now a woman, legally, according to the military. The Department of Justice is inept and led by a coward. Yes, I said it. Don't really care who heard it. The simple fact of the matter is none of this stuff should have happened in the first place. Al Sharpton is an idiot. Not sure why he still has a show on NBC or MSNBC, but hey, whatever, to each their own, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And then we have, there's so many other things that, and most of it I will probably wait to deal with on Monday. But one other thing I wanted to touch on that we did talk about on, and I forgot, we were talking about the fact that if, that this plan with Iran is a complete and total bad idea. I've seen some stuff and I want to research it some more before I bring the numbers to you. But basically, from what I'm starting to see, if what I'm seeing is accurate, Iran is basically getting everything they want and we're getting nothing in return. This doesn't seem like a negotiation as much as it is an appeasement. And just in case, for those of you that were listening last week, I gave you a homework assignment. Did you ever happen to look where it was and look it up and see where it was that Valerie Jarrett was born? Did you? Just asking. 'Cause, if you haven't, you really need to. Not gonna mention it today. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not gonna do it. But I will tell you that by next week, I will give you the answer for anyone who wants to know and couldn't be bothered to look it up. It might surprise you, and it might also explain quite a few things that are going on with this whole appeasement process in the White House currently. Just throwing that out there. All right, folks, at this point, we're going to start shutting everything down for the day. It's getting to be about that time anyway, and that actually does conclude what I had planned on talking about for the most part, except for a few things that we will save for next week. So at this point, I am Rick Robinson signing off for the day. Do hope the rest of you, those of you tuning in today have enjoyed the shows, and I do hope you do enjoy the rest of your weekend. Don't forget, to later tonight, we will have Voices of Global Freedom Radio with Backpack and Yoda. Then we will working on getting back into the swing of things, so if there's a Red Pill reality show, I will have it up probably later tonight. We've been having one of the things that's kind of thrown us off, just for full disclosure, been having some issues getting the live feed of the Voices of Global Freedom Radio stuff to work well enough for me to be able to get it and stream it as it comes. So what I've been doing is just waiting for it to complete, downloading it and putting it up later, because BTR is not a very stable platform. It's one of the reasons why we moved away from it, because for what they charge you, Anyway, that's another story. But yeah, so anyway, Voice of Global Freedom, they run from 4 to 6 Pacific. We usually try to air them usually about 8 to 10 here, because by that point it's done. I've been able to listen to it enough to know if there are any issues that I need to correct for. And then after that, we typically do Red Pill Reality for 3 hours. So usually that stuff runs from about 8 to 10 and then 10 to 1. Then, of course, tomorrow morning we will have Richard Harden, host of God's Pure Word of Faith, will be on live with you here from 6 to 8 and then in the morning. And then the Around the Ring show is actually moved, I do believe. He is doing his show here on Talk on Mondays, but he's also now been picked up by an all-wrestling station. So that show will also be airing there on Sundays. So Mondays here for the newest ones, Sundays there for the ones from the previous week. And it's just awesome. Everything's kind of starting to branch out here for us at the Spark. We're getting noticed by quite a few folks, getting some shows pushed out in opposite and other places. So it's always cool when that kind of stuff happens, because it makes you realize that some of the work you're doing, even if you're not always the one in front of the mic, does actually pan out, because people are starting to notice more and more things about what we're all doing. And again, because of, I know that's going on because I've been contacted by quite a few folks lately. Lots of different things in the works. One of the biggest ones I hope to have more news about here in just a little bit, but we're still finalizing a few things, trying to make sure everybody's still on the same page. We'll have more about that in the coming week or so, I do hope. But at this point, I am going to shut everything down for the weekend. Again, I am Rick Robinson. You have been listening to America Off the Rails, a production of the Spark Radio Network, and heard live every day except Sunday right here on K98Talk.com, our flagship station. And I will be back with you on Monday at 6 p.m. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. It's been my pleasure, and you guys take care, and God bless. Oh, and before I forget, because I haven't been doing this lately, and I want to start again. As I end every show, even if you disagree with me, it is time to put down the remote. It is time to get off the couch. It is time to find a way to get involved. I don't care if you are semi-ambulatory. For those of you who are wondering, that means you're barely able to walk. You can find a way to put together a blog. You can network through social media. There are ways that you can make a difference by standing up for what you believe in. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have to be one of the ones on the front lines leading the charge. But it does mean that if we don't start doing something soon, it's about to be too little, too late. I hate to tell you this, folks, but I don't know if we can survive another 4 years on the trajectory that we're in now. And if you've read the Bible, I don't know if we're supposed to, but I do know that I plan on fighting tooth and nail, kicking and screaming, because I'm not going to let this great nation go down in flames without trying to do something about it. I urge you to do the same thing, so find a way to get involved. Make contact with a politician whose ideas you agree with. Help them, fund them if you can, donate your time even if you can't. Do something. But it's time to get involved, and it's time to get off the couch. Anyway, I am Rick Robinson, General Manager, K98Talk.com, founding partner and managing partner of the Spark Radio Network, and talk show host semi-extraordinaire. No, I'm just playing. I don't know. Everybody tells me that my shows are awesome. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I can't give myself any credit. It's always been an issue of mine. Anyway, folks, this is going to do it for me for today. I will be back with you Monday, and we are out. You guys take care.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Later.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Tornado season has once again arrived in the southern plains. Moore, Oklahoma, a suburb of Oklahoma City, has seen its share of Mother Nature's power. Southgate Elementary School in Moore suffered heavy damage after severe weather hit the area.
Debris everywhere, a roof destroyed, and a community left once again picking up the pieces. Southgate Elementary took a direct hit in Wednesday night's tornado.
About 10 classrooms at Southgate Elementary and Moore have either structural or water damage. Citizens can help the rebuilding process by donating to Southgate teachers as they work to request the items they need to rebuild their classrooms. Please help by going to donorschoice.org. This organization helped raise $600,000 for the Moore community after the May 2013 tornado. Also, contact your local Red Cross chapter. This has been a public service announcement from your friends at K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network. K98Talk.com, a leader in Internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com. K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com.